Hello, friends. About 70% of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be very happy if you did. Also, don't forget to press the like button and leave your comments. Your interaction makes the content reach everyone and contributes to the growth of the channel. Thank you all. From which country or city do you follow? And what time are you watching this content? Now get comfortable and relax. There's a peculiar kind of silence you only find deep in the woods. The kind that makes you question whether you've ever truly heard quiet before. My name is Garrett Thompson, and back in 2019, I was stationed as a park ranger in the vast stretches of the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. At 38 years old, I'd already seen more than my fair share of life's darker sides during my 15-year stint in the Marines. I thought trading deserts and mountains for forests would be a peaceful shift. I believed being a park ranger would be like early retirement, a chance to swap my rifle for a radio and my helmet for a wide-brimmed hat. Most days, that's exactly what it was. I'd patrol the trails, guide the occasional lost hiker back to the path, and spend my evenings reading by the campfire. I even had a running joke with my colleague Linda that the most dangerous thing in these woods was the coffee in the station's break room. But one autumn day, all of that changed. It was late October, the kind of day where the leaves had turned to a fiery palette of reds and oranges, and the air carried that crisp scent of impending winter. I was assigned to check out a report of illegal hunting in the northern quadrant of the park, a place we locals called the Deep Green because of its dense canopy. Linda was supposed to join me, but she called in sick with the flu. "Don't have too much fun without me," she joked over the phone. As I set out that morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest, usually teeming with life, seemed unnaturally still. The usual chorus of birdsong was absent, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press in from all sides. Even the wind, which typically whispered through the trees, had fallen silent. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just the changing seasons, or perhaps the wildlife had sensed an incoming storm. But deep down, a primal part of me knew something wasn't right. It was the same feeling I'd had in the Marines just before an ambush, that prickling sensation at the back of your neck, the slight quickening of your pulse. Shaking off the unease, I grabbed my gear, radio, map, first aid kit, and for once, I decided to take the old Winchester rifle from the equipment locker. Regulations allowed us to carry firearms when investigating potential poaching. Better safe than sorry, I muttered to myself, not knowing how prophetic those words would prove to be. As I made my way deeper into the deep green, the silence seemed to grow more oppressive. The forest floor, usually a carpet of crunching leaves and snapping twigs, muffled my footsteps as if trying to swallow every sound. The trees, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, seemed to close in around me, creating a claustrophobic tunnel green and brown. About an hour into my hike, I came across something that made me stop in my tracks. An abandoned campsite lay before me, but it was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The tent was shredded, ripped apart, as if by some monstrous force. Sleeping bags were torn to ribbons, their stuffing scattered like snow across the forest floor. Supplies were strewn everywhere, crushed and broken beyond recognition. It looked like a tornado had touched down on that very spot, but there had been no severe weather reports. Besides, even the strongest winds couldn't account for the deep gouges in the nearby trees, marks that looked disturbingly like claw marks from some impossibly large creature. I felt my heart rate quicken as I surveyed the scene. This was no ordinary vandalism or animal attack. Something was very, very wrong here. I reached for my radio, my fingers trembling slightly as I keyed the mic. Control, this is Garrett. I've found a vandalized campsite at grid reference D16. No sign of occupants. The damage is extensive, requesting backup. Static answered me. I tried again, adjusting the frequency, but still nothing but white noise filled the air. Great, I muttered. The radio's on the fritz again. I made a mental note to give Linda an "I told you so" about budget cuts affecting our equipment when I got back. Without communication, I was on my own. Protocol dictated that I should head back to the station and report my findings, but something compelled me to investigate further. Maybe it was the sense of duty ingrained in me from years of service, or perhaps it was simple curiosity. Whatever the reason, I found myself following a set of tracks leading away from the devastated campsite. The footprints were erratic, deep impressions, the soft earth suggesting someone running in panic. They weaved between trees, sometimes accompanied by long drag marks, as if the person had stumbled or been pulled along. As I followed the trail, the forest seemed to grow even denser, the canopy above blocking out more and more of the fading autumn light. The air grew thick and heavy, filled with an acrid smell that reminded me of rotting meat and wet fur. It clung to the back of my throat, making each breath a struggle. I found myself moving more cautiously, my hand never far from the reassuring weight of the Winchester at my side. Then I found the first body. The sight before me was something out of a nightmare. It was a man, probably in his mid-30s, sprawled on the forest floor, in a pool of congealing blood. His clothes were torn to shreds, barely clinging to his mutilated body. Deep lacerations crisscrossed his torso, exposing gleaming white bone and pulped organs. His face was frozen in a rictus of terror, eyes wide and mouth agape in a silent scream. I'd seen death before, both in combat and in the line of duty as a ranger. But this was something else entirely. This wasn't just a killing. It was a savage, frenzied attack. Whatever had done this hadn't just been looking for food. It had been driven by something far more primal and Fighting back the urge to vomit, I approached the body. The coppery smell of blood mixed with the sickly sweet odor of early decay, creating a nauseating miasma. I checked for a pulse out of protocol, knowing full well there wouldn't be one. The skin was cold and waxy beneath my fingers. I tried the radio again, desperation lending an edge to my voice. "Control, this is Garrett. I have a deceased male at grid reference D18. Possible animal attack. Request immediate backup and medical examiner." Again, just static answered me. I needed to get back and report this, but something compelled me to push on. Maybe it was the faint hope that there might be survivors. Or maybe it was the growing dread that whatever had done this might still be out there, possibly hunting other unsuspecting hikers. About 50 yards ahead, I found a second body. This time it was a woman, probably in her late 20s. She lay crumpled at the base of a large oak tree, her body bearing the same horrific injuries as the man. Her blonde hair was matted with blood and leaves, and her wide, glassy eyes stared sightlessly up at the canopy above. I'd seen enough. This wasn't the work of any animal native to these parts. Cougars hadn't been seen here in decades, and black bears didn't attack humans unprovoked, let alone with such ferocity. Whatever had done this was something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist in these woods, or anywhere else for that matter. I decided to head back, my mind racing with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. But as I turned around, I heard a sound that chilled me to the bone. It was a low, resonant noise, like the distant rumble of thunder, but the sky above was clear. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, reverberating through the trees and shaking the very ground beneath my feet. I gripped the rifle tighter, my knuckles white against the worn wood of the stock. My eyes scanned the tree line, searching for any sign of movement. The forest had fallen deathly quiet again, as if holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. Then I saw it. At first glance, it looked like a massive wolverine, but standing upright on hind legs, towering at least 7 feet tall. I blinked hard, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me. In my years as a ranger, I'd never seen anything like it, not even in the most fanciful cryptozoology books Linda liked to leaf through on slow days. Its fur was matted and dark, with patches missing to reveal taut, sinewy muscle beneath. Long, wickedly sharp claws adorned its massive paws, each one easily the length of my hand. They glinted menacingly, even in the dim light filtering through the canopy. But it was the creature's face that truly struck terror into my heart. Its muzzle was long and filled with teeth that would make a grizzly bear seem friendly by comparison. Yellow eyes, glowing with an unnatural intelligence, were fixed squarely on me. Its head was tilted slightly, as if it were sizing me up, deciding whether I was prey or merely an annoyance to be swatted aside. My training kicked in, overriding the paralyzing fear that threatened to root me to the spot. I raised the rifle, aiming center mass, just as I'd been taught. My voice, when it came, was steadier than I felt. Stay back. The creature's only response was to bare its teeth in what could almost be described as a grin, if not for the malevolent gleam in its eyes. I fired a warning shot into the air, the crack of the rifle shattering the unnatural silence of the forest. The creature didn't even flinch. Instead, it charged. Time seemed to slow down as a line flooded my system. I could see every detail with crystal clarity. The ripple of muscles beneath its matted fur, the spray of saliva from its open maw, the deadly glint of its claws as they reached for me. I fired again, this time aiming directly at the charging monster. The bullet hit it square in the shoulder, the impact causing it to stumble slightly. But instead of dropping or even slowing down, it only seemed to anger it further. It closed the distance faster than I thought possible, covering the space between us in a few massive bounds. I dove to the side as it swiped at me, feeling the rush of air as its claws passed inches from my face. I wasn't quite fast enough, though. I felt a sharp, burning pain across my back as its claws tore through the fabric of my jacket and grazed my skin. The pain was intense, but adrenaline kept me moving. I scrambled to my feet, pumping another round into the chamber of the rifle. The creature was already turning for another attack, its yellow eyes blazing with fury. I fired again, this time hitting it in the leg. The bullet tore through muscle and sinew, and for a moment I dared to hope it would be enough. The creature stumbled, letting out a roar of pain and rage that shook the trees around us. But it was only momentary. As I watched in horror, the wound began to close before my eyes, muscle and skin knitting back together at an impossible rate. I ran. I'd never run so fast in my life, dodging between trees, leaping over roots and fallen logs. The forest that I'd found so comforting now felt like a maze designed to trap me. Every tree and bush an obstacle in my desperate flight. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush behind me, its roars growing closer with each passing second. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead. But I didn't dare slow down. I knew that to stop, even for a moment, meant certain death. As I ran, my mind raced, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. This creature, this monster, defied everything I knew about the natural world. Its size, its strength, its ability to heal. None of it should be possible. Desperate for any kind of refuge, I spotted a narrow crevice between two large boulders. Without hesitation, I squeezed myself into it, the rough rock scraping against my back and tearing at my already injured skin. I pressed myself as far back into the crevice as I could, trying to control my ragged breathing. I could hear it approaching, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground. The stench of its breath, a nauseating mix of decay and raw meat, filled the air. it let out another one of those bone-chilling roars. The sound amplified by the rock around me until it felt like my very bones were vibrating. It clawed at the entrance of the crevice, its massive paws scrabbling against the rock. I could see its glowing eyes peering into the darkness, searching for me. Its bulk prevented it from reaching me, but I knew I couldn't stay there forever. Sooner or later, it would find a way to get to me, or I would succumb to exhaustion and exposure. I needed a plan. As I huddled in the crevice, my mind raced through possible escape scenarios. The creature continued to claw at the rocks, each swipe sending showers of sparks and stone chips flying. Its frustrated roars echoed through the forest, a primal sound of rage and hunger that sent shivers down my spine. Then I remembered the flare gun in my pack. With shaky hands, I pulled it out, the red plastic a stark contrast to the grime and blood coating my hands. If I could distract it long enough, maybe I could make a run for it. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all I had. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I was about to do. The smell of the creature was overwhelming now, a mix of wet fur, rotting meat, and something else, something ancient and wrong that I couldn't quite place. Its massive paws swiped at the entrance again, claws scraping against stone mere inches from my face. Now or never. I aimed the flare gun at the narrow opening and fired. The sudden burst of intense light and heat startled the creature. It reared back with a roar of surprise and pain, momentarily blinded by the flare. I didn't waste a second. I bolted from the crevice, my legs protesting as I pushed them to their limit once again. I ran in what I hoped was the direction of the ranger station, though in the chaos and terror of the chase, I'd lost all sense of direction. The forest was a blur of green and brown as I sprinted, leaping over fallen logs and ducking under low-hanging branches. Behind me, I could hear the creature recovering, its enraged roars growing closer once again. My lungs burned, and each breath felt like inhaling fire. The scratch on my back throbbed in time with my racing heartbeat, warm blood soaking into what was left of my shirt. But I didn't dare slow down. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush behind me, gaining ground with each massive stride. As I ran, trees began to thin out, and I saw a structure looming ahead, the old fire lookout tower. It was ancient and rickety, long since abandoned in favor of more modern methods of forest fire detection. But right now, it was my only hope. I dashed up the stairs 2 at a time, the old wood creaking dangerously under my weight. I slammed the door shut behind me, fumbling with trembling hands to lock it. For good measure, I pushed a heavy old filing cabinet in front of it, the metal screeching against the wooden floor. Panting heavily, I took stock of my surroundings. The room was small and dusty, filled with outdated equipment and musty furniture. A large window provided a 360-degree view of the surrounding forest, now bathed in the eerie light of the setting sun. I searched the room frantically, looking for anything I could use as a weapon or to call for help. In a corner, I found an old radio setup. With a silent prayer to whatever might be listening, I flipped the switch. For a heart-stopping moment, there was nothing but static. Then, miraculously, a voice crackled through. "This is Ranger Station Alpha. Identify yourself." Relief flooded through me. "This is Garrett Thompson," I said, my voice hoarse and desperate. "I'm at the old lookout tower near the deep green. I need immediate assistance. There's something out here. 2 civilians are dead. It's not a bear, not a cougar. I don't know what it is, but it's big, it's fast, and it's coming for me." There was a pause on the other end, and for a moment I feared they thought I was crazy or pulling some kind of prank. Then the voice came back, tense and serious. "Copy that, Garrett. Hold tight. We're sending a team to your location. Can you describe what you saw?" Before I could respond, the entire tower shook violently. A deafening roar came from below, and I knew the creature had found me. It was ramming itself against the supports of the tower, each impact making the whole structure groan and sway. "It's here." The old lookout tower groaned and swayed with each impact, the wood creaking ominously under the relentless assault. I gripped the radio tightly, my knuckles white with fear and exertion. "It's here," I shouted into the receiver. "The creature, it's attacking the tower. Garrett, what's your situation?" "What creature?" The voice on the other end sounded confused and alarmed. I tried to gather my thoughts to convey the horror of what I was facing. "It's huge, at least 7 feet tall. Looks like a cross between a bear and a wolf. But wrong. It's incredibly strong and fast. I shot it, but it healed almost instantly. I don't know how long this tower will hold." Another violent impact rocked the structure. I stumbled, nearly losing my footing on the debris-strewn floor. Through the windows, I could see the creature circling the base of the tower, its yellow eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence as it searched for a way up. "Help is on the way, Garrett. ETA 20 minutes. Can you hold out that long?" 20 minutes. It might as well have been an eternity. I doubted the tower would last 5 under this assault. "I'll try," I responded, not believing my own words. I scanned the room desperately, looking for anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on an old fuel tank in the corner, used for the generator that once powered the tower's equipment. An idea began to form in my mind, a desperate, dangerous idea, but possibly my only chance for survival. "Listen," I said into the radio, my voice steadier now that I had a plan, no matter how risky. "If I don't make it, there's something in these woods, something that shouldn't exist. It's killed at least 2 people that I know of. You need to find it, to stop it before it kills again." "Garrett, wait." I cut off the transmission. I didn't have time for explanations or goodbyes. The creature was still circling, occasionally ramming the tower's supports. Each impact sent shudders through the structure, and I knew it was only a matter of time before the whole thing came crashing down. I grabbed a length of rope from a storage locker, quickly tying one end around my waist and securing the other to the railing. It wasn't much, but it might be enough to break my fall if things went sideways. Next, I approached the fuel tank. The smell of gasoline was strong. It had been left here, forgotten, when the tower was decommissioned. I said a silent thanks for bureaucratic oversight as I opened the valve, letting the fuel spill out across the floor. The creature must have sensed something was amiss. Its attacks on the tower intensified, each impact threatening to shake the structure apart. I knew I was out of time. With a deep breath, I smashed the window with the butt of my rifle. The sound of breaking glass seemed to echo through the forest. The creature paused its assault, looking up at the tower with those intelligent, malevolent eyes. This was my chance. I grabbed the fuel tank and with all my strength, hurled it out the window. It tumbled through the air, leaving a trail of gasoline in its wake. The creature, curious, or perhaps sensing the danger, approached the fallen tank. I reached into my pocket with trembling fingers, pulling out a book of matches. This was it. All or nothing. I struck a match and tossed it onto the fuel-soaked floor. Flames erupted instantly, racing across the room and out the broken window, following the trail of gasoline to the ground below. The world exploded into fire and noise. The fuel tank ignited with a deafening boom, sending a fireball racing outward. The creature, caught in the blast, let out a bone-chilling shriek of pain and rage. But I had no time to see if my desperate plan had worked. The fire was spreading rapidly, engulfing the dry, aged wood of the tower. Smoke filled the air, acrid and choking. I stumbled to the window, gasping for breath. Without another thought, I leaped. For a moment, I was in free fall, the heat of the flames at my back, and the cold night air rushing past my face. Then the rope went taut, jerking me to a painful stop. I swung wildly, slamming into the side of the burning tower before managing to brace myself with my feet. Coughing and disoriented, I looked down. Through the smoke and flames, I could see a dark shape on the ground, unmoving. Had I done it? Was the creature finally dead? I didn't have time to ponder. The rope was starting to fray from the heat and my weight. With no other choice, I began to lower myself down the side of the tower, the heat of the flames singeing my hair and clothing. My feet had barely touched the ground when the rope snapped. I tumbled backward, landing hard on the forest floor. Pain shot through my body, but adrenaline kept me moving. I scrambled to my feet, putting distance between myself and the inferno that was once the lookout tower. In the distance, I could hear sirens. Help was finally arriving, but as I turned to look back at the burning tower, my blood ran cold. black shape I had seen earlier was gone. In its place were deep claw marks in the earth, leading off into the depths of the forest. The creature had survived. As the first responders arrived on the scene, I stood there, covered in dirt, blood, and ash. They asked questions, but I had no answers that would make sense. They found the bodies of the two hikers, just as I had described. An investigation was launched, but no trace of the creature was ever found. Official reports labeled it a tragic accident due to a rogue animal attack, possibly a bear driven to unusual aggression by environmental factors. The incident became something of an urban legend among the rangers. Some believed my story. Others thought I'd spent too much time alone in the woods and had let my imagination run wild. But I knew the truth. I had seen it with my own eyes, felt its claws tear into my flesh, and somewhere out there, in the depths of the Allegheny National Forest, it was still waiting, watching, hunting. The forest keeps its secrets, and some terrors are beyond human understanding. But I'll be ready, because next time, and I know in my bones there will be a next time, I won't be caught unprepared. After all, someone has to protect these woods and the people who venture into them, even if the greatest danger is something that shouldn't exist. In the days following the incident, the Allegheny National Forest became a hive of activity. Park rangers, local law enforcement, and even FBI agents combed through the deep green, searching for evidence to corroborate my story or disprove it entirely. I spent hours being interviewed, recounting every detail of that horrific day. With each retelling, I could see the doubt growing in their eyes. The story of a monstrous creature that could heal from gunshot wounds and survive an explosion sounded like the ravings of a madman, even to my own ears. But I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced. The physical evidence was hard to dismiss, though. The mutilated bodies of the two hikers were unlike anything the medical examiner had ever seen. The claw marks on the trees and ground were too large to be from any known animal in the region. And then there was the destruction of the lookout tower, reduced to charred rubble by the fire I had started. Despite all this, the official report painted a different picture. It spoke of a possible unidentified large predator, perhaps a bear driven to unusual aggression by environmental factors or disease. My injuries were attributed to the fall from the tower and the explosion. The deaths were labeled as a tragic animal attack, and the case was officially closed. But I knew the truth, and the weight of it bore down on me like a physical presence. Weeks passed, and life at the ranger station tried to return to normal. Linda came back from her sick leave, her usual cheerful self, a stark contrast to the somber mood that had settled over the station. Leave it to you to turn a row, Utine patrol into a fireworks show, she quipped one morning, handing me a mug of the station's notoriously bad coffee. I managed a weak smile just trying to keep things interesting. She studied me for a moment, her expression softening. You know, Garrett, if you need to talk about what happened out there. I shook my head. Thanks, Linda, but I'm fine. It was a lie and we both knew it, but she didn't push the issue. Work continued as usual. Hikers came and went. The leaves changed and fell, and the winter snow blanketed the deep green. But for me, everything had changed. Every rustle in the bushes, every snapped twig made me flinch. I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, my hand never far from my sidearm. The nightmares were the worst. Night after night, I relived the terror of that day. The creature's glowing eyes, its impossible speed and strength, the sickening crunch of bones as it tore into its victims. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the echo of its roar still ringing in my ears. I threw myself into research, spending my off hours poring over books on cryptozoology, folklore, and unexplained phenomena. I scoured online forums and message boards, looking for any reports of similar creatures. Most of what I found was clearly hoaxes or misidentified normal animals, but occasionally I'd come across a story that made my blood run cold. Tales of hikers gone missing, of strange howls in the night, of glimpses of something large and wrong moving through the trees. Linda noticed my obsession, of course. One afternoon, she cornered me in the break room. Garrett, this isn't healthy, she said, gesturing to the stack of books and printouts I had spread across the table. You need to let this go. I looked up at her, seeing the concern in her eyes. I can't, Linda. It's still out there, I know it. She sighed, pulling up a chair. Look, I believe that you believe what you saw, but you have to admit it sounds crazy. I finished for her. Yeah, I know. But I know what I saw, Linda, and I can't just pretend it didn't happen. She was quiet for a moment, then reached out and squeezed my hand. Just be careful, okay? Don't let this consume you. I nodded, grateful for her concern, even if she couldn't fully understand. As she turned to leave, she paused at the door. Oh, by the way, the guys have a new nickname for you. I raised an eyebrow. Do I want to know? Tower Inferno, she said with a small smile. I couldn't help but chuckle. Could be worse. At least they didn't go with Smokey's nemesis. She laughed. Give it time. As winter deepened, the forest grew quiet. Most of the wildlife had either migrated or gone into hibernation, and the number of visitors to the park dwindled. But I remained vigilant. Every patrol, every hike through the snow-covered trails, I kept my eyes open for any sign of the creature's return. It was on one of these patrols, nearly 6 months after the incident, that I found something that made my blood run cold. Deep in the forest, in an area rarely visited by hikers, I came across a series of tracks in the snow. They were massive, easily twice the size of a bear's paw print, with clear impressions of wickedly sharp claws. My heart pounding, I followed the tracks. They They led to a small clearing where the snow was trampled and stained with blood. Scraps of fur and bone were scattered about, the remains of some unfortunate animal that had become the creature's prey. As I stood there, staring at the grisly scene, a twig snapped behind me. I whirled around my rifle at the ready, but there was nothing there. Just the silent, snow-covered trees. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that somewhere in the shadows, a pair of glowing yellow eyes were fixed on me. I radioed in, reporting the animal remains, but leaving out any mention of the oversized tracks. I knew how it would sound, knew that it would only fuel the whispers that I had lost my mind out there in the deep green. As I made my way back to the station, my mind raced. The creature was still out there, still hunting, and somehow I knew that our paths would cross again. Next time, I vowed, I would be ready. The forest keeps its secrets, and some terrors are beyond human understanding. But as long as I'm here, I'll keep watch. Because someone has to make sure the nightmares stay in the shadows, and the people who venture into these woods make it out alive. After all, that's what being a ranger is all about, even if the greatest danger is something that shouldn't exist. As winter gave way to spring, an uneasy calm settled over the Allegheny National Forest. The snow melted, revealing the first tender shoots of new growth. Birds returned, their songs once again filling the air. To the casual observer, everything seemed normal, peaceful even, but I knew better. The incident from the previous autumn had left its mark on me, both physically and mentally. The scars on my back from the creek, Atcher's claws had healed, but they still ached on cold mornings, a constant reminder of what I had faced. My colleagues had noticed the change in me, the constant vigilance, the way I startled at sudden noises, the dark circles under my eyes from too many sleepless nights. Linda Blesser tried her best to help. She covered for me when the nightmares left me too exhausted to function, and she never pushed too hard when I deflected her concerned questions. But I could see the worry in her eyes, could hear the whispers of the other rangers when they thought I wasn't listening. Post-traumatic stress, some said. Poor guys lost it, others muttered. But I knew the truth. The danger was still out there, biding its time. As spring progressed, hikers and campers began to return to the forest in greater numbers. Each time I encountered a group on the trails, I found myself studying their faces, wondering if they would be the next victims. I doubled my patrols, pushing myself to the limit as I tried to cover as much ground as possible. It was on one of these extended patrols, deep in the heart of the deep green, that I found something that confirmed my worst fears. I had been following a faint game trail, my senses on high alert, when I caught a whiff of something rotten on the breeze. The smell grew stronger as I pushed through a dense thicket, emerging into a small clearing. What I saw there will haunt me for the rest of my days. The clearing was littered with bones, deer, rabbits, and other small animals. but mixed in among them were larger bones, unmistakably human. Scraps of torn clothing clung to some of the remains, and a battered backpack lay nearby, its contents spilled across the forest floor. My heart pounding, I approached the grisly scene. As I knelt to examine one of the larger bones, a chill ran down my spine. Deep grooves marred the surface, tooth marks, but far larger than any natural predator should leave. I reached for my radio with shaking hands, ready to call in what I had found. But as I keyed the mic, a sound froze me in place. It was a low growl, so deep it was almost subsonic, more felt than heard. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Slowly, I turned, my eyes scanning the tree line. For a moment, all was still. Then I saw it, a flash of yellow eyes in the shadows, gone almost as soon as I registered them. The creature was here, watching me. I raised my rifle, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. "Show yourself," I shouted, my voice sounding thin and weak in the oppressive silence of the forest. Another growl answered me, closer this time. I could hear branches snapping as something large moved through the underbrush. The stench of rotting meat and wet fur filled the air, so strong it made my eyes water. Then, with a roar that shook the very ground, it burst from the trees. It was even larger than I remembered, its matted fur caked with dried blood and forest debris, its yellow eyes fixed on me with terrifying intelligence, and its massive jaws opened to reveal rows of wickedly sharp teeth. I fired, the crack of the rifle shattering the unnatural silence. The bullet struck the creature in the chest, and for a moment I dared to hope. But then, before my disbelieving eyes, the wound closed, muscle and skin knitting back together at an impossible rate. The creature lunged, covering the distance between us in a single bound. I dove to the side, feeling the rush of air as its claws missed me by inches. I scrambled to my feet, pumping another round into the chamber and firing again. This time I aimed for its leg, hoping to at least slow it down. The bullet tore through muscle and bone, and the creature stumbled, letting out a roar of pain and rage. But even as it fell, I could see the wound beginning to heal. I ran, crashing through the underbrush. I could hear it behind me, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead. But I pushed on, driven by pure survival instinct. As I ran, my mind raced. How could I stop something that could heal from any wound? How could I escape a predator that was faster and stronger than any natural animal? Then, through the trees ahead, I saw something that gave me a glimmer of hope. The old fire road, rarely used but still maintained as a fire break. And parked there, almost hidden by overhanging branches, was my patrol vehicle. With a final burst of speed, I broke through the tree line. The creature was right behind me, so close I could feel its hot breath on my neck. I fumbled with the keys, my hands slick with sweat and trembling with adrenaline. just as the creature's claws were about to close on me. I wrenched the door open and threw myself inside. Its massive paw slammed against the window, spiderweb cracks spreading across the glass. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the accelerator to the floor. The tires spun on the loose gravel before finding purchase, and the vehicle lurched forward. In the rearview mirror, I could see the creature giving chase, its powerful legs eating up the distance between us. But even its supernatural speed was no match for the vehicle. Slowly it fell behind until finally it disappeared from view. As I sped back towards the ranger station, my mind whirled. I had confirmation now. The creature was still out there, still killing. And it was getting bolder, venturing closer to populated areas. I knew what I had to do. It was time to stop hiding, time to stop doubting myself. I needed to convince the others, to make them see the danger we were all in. Because if we didn't find a way to stop this thing, it was only a matter of time before the horrors of the deep green spilled out into the wider world. And God help us all when that happened. As I pulled into the ranger station, my hands were still shaking on the steering wheel. The events of the day replayed in my mind, each terrifying detail etched into my memory. I knew what I had to do, but I also knew it wouldn't be easy. I burst into the station, startling Linda, who was on desk duty. "Garrett, what's wrong?" "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, concern evident in her voice. "Worse," I replied, my voice hoarse. "Call everyone in. We need to talk now." Within an hour, the small conference room was packed with rangers, local law enforcement, and even a couple of representatives from the Fish and Wildlife Service who happened to be in the area. The tension in the room was palpable as I recounted what I had seen, what I had been through. As expected, the reactions were mixed. Some looked skeptical, others concerned, and a few seemed outright dismissive. But I pressed on, laying out everything I knew, everything I had experienced over the past months. "I know how this sounds," I said, my voice steady despite the emotions churning inside me. "But I'm telling you, this thing is real, it's out there, and it's killing people. We have a duty to stop it, to protect the people who come to this forest." There was a moment of silence after I finished speaking. Then, to my surprise, Linda stood up. "I believe him," she said firmly. "Garrett's one of the most level-headed people I know. If he says this is happening, then it's happening." Her support seemed to sway some of the others. Questions started flying, plans being formed. It wasn't universal acceptance, but it was a start. Over the next few weeks we prepared. Extra patrols were organized, covering more ground than ever before. Trail cameras were set up in strategic locations throughout the deep green. We even brought in a cryptozoologist, much to the amusement of some of the more skeptical rangers. But as spring turned to summer, evidence began to mount. More sightings were reported, always at dusk or in the dead of night. The The trail cameras caught glimpses of something large moving through the forest, though never a clear image. And then the disappearances started. It was subtle at first. A solo hiker here, a pair of campers there. But as the summer wore on, the numbers grew. The forest that had once been a place of peace and natural beauty became a place of fear and whispered warnings. Finally, on a hot August night, it all came to a head. A group of campers, a family of 4, went missing in the heart of the deep green. The search party that went out to find them never returned. That was when the authorities could no longer ignore what was happening. The forest was closed to the public, and a joint task force was formed. Park rangers, local police, state troopers, and even a small contingent from a nearby military base. The hunt was on. For days, we scoured the forest. Helicopters with thermal imaging swept the canopy, while ground teams methodically searched every cave, every ravine, every possible hiding place. But the creature remained elusive, always one step ahead of us. It was on the 5th day of the search that I found myself back in the clearing, where I had first encountered the creature nearly a year ago. The summer heat had given way to an unseasonable chill, and a thick fog had rolled in, reducing visibility to mere feet. As I stood there, memories of that terrible day washing over me, I heard it, the low, rumbling growl that had haunted my nightmares for months. I turned slowly, my rifle at the ready, and found myself face to face with the creature. It was larger than ever, its yellow eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. But there was something else there too, a hint of desperation, perhaps. It was cornered, and it knew it. For a moment, we stood there, predator and prey, neither moving. Then, with a roar that shook the trees, it charged. What followed was a blur of action and reaction. I fired again and again, each shot finding its mark, but seeming to do little more than enrage the beast. Its claws raked across my chest, tearing through my protective vest as if it were paper. The pain was intense, but adrenaline kept me on my feet. We crashed through the underbrush, locked in a deadly dance. I could hear shouts in the distance, the rest of the search party, drawn by the sounds of our battle, but I knew they wouldn't arrive in time. As we burst into another clearing, I had a moment of clarity. Near the edge of the clearing was an old, half-rotten log, its core hollowed out by years of decay, and inside I could see the glint of metal, an old fuel canister left behind by logging operations years ago. With the last of my strength, I rolled towards the log, my hand closing around the canister. The creature loomed over me, its jaws opening wide for the killing blow. I swung the canister, the old metal rupturing as it connected with the creature's head. The reek of gasoline filled the air. With my other hand, I grabbed my emergency flare. "This ends now," I growled, looking into those hateful yellow eyes one last time. I struck the flare. The world exploded into light and heat. The creature's roar of triumph turned to one of agony as flames engulfed it. It thrashed wildly, trying to extinguish the fire, but the gasoline kept the blaze burning hot and fierce. I dragged myself away, my vision blurring from pain and exhaustion. The last thing I saw before unconsciousness took me was the burning form of the creature collapsing to the forest floor. I awoke days later in a hospital bed, my body covered in bandages. Linda was there, her eyes red from lack of sleep. "You did it," she said softly. "It's over." The creature's remains had been found in the clearing, little more than ash and blackened bone. Extensive tests were run, baffling scientists with its impossible biology. Theories ranged from an unknown species to genetic experiments gone wrong. But in the end, the truth was deemed too fantastic for public consumption. The official story spoke of a large, aggressive bear driven to unusual behavior by environmental factors. As for me, I was hailed as a hero, the ranger who stopped the Allegheny beast. Medals were awarded, speeches given. But as I stood at the podium, looking out at the sea of faces, I couldn't help but wonder, was it really over? Or were there more creatures out there, hiding in the dark corners of the world, waiting for their moment to strike? The forest keeps its secrets, and some terrors are beyond human understanding. But as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, there's hope. As I returned to my duties in the Allegheny National Forest, I knew one thing for certain: I would be ready. Because someone has to make sure the nightmares stay in the shadows, and the people who venture into these woods make it out alive. After all, that's what being a ranger is all about. Even if the greatest danger is something that shouldn't exist. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the grimy, cracked blinds of my small apartment, casting jagged shadows across the cluttered room. I groaned, my head pounding with the intensity of a jackhammer. The acrid taste of stale alcohol lingered on my tongue, a stark reminder of the previous night's excesses. It wasn't like me to hit the bottle so hard, but yesterday had been different. It was the anniversary of an event that had changed everything. A day that still haunted me 5 years later. I'm Thomas Reeves, a 32-year-old man with an uncanny ability to attract trouble and a penchant for poor life choices. Born and raised in the small town of Millstone, Alabama, my life had been a series of unremarkable days, working dead-end jobs and struggling to make ends meet. I wasn't anyone special, just another face in the crowd trying to navigate the choppy waters of life. As I staggered out of bed, the room spun around me, forcing me to grab onto the bedside table for support. I stumbled to the bathroom, my bare feet sticking slightly to the grimy linoleum floor. The face that greeted me in the mirror was a sorry sight: bloodshot eyes, stubble that was well on its way to becoming a beard, and hair that looked like it had been through a war. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shake off the remnants of my hangover. My phone buzzed insistently on the counter, the screen lighting up with a text from my best friend, Ryan. We'd known each other since high school, bonded by our shared love of exploration and our inability to stay out of trouble. The text was cryptic, typical Ryan style. Meet me at the old millstone sawmill, ASAP, big news. The millstone sawmill had been abandoned for over a decade, a decaying relic of our town's industrial past. It was an odd place for a meeting, but Ryan had always had a flair for the dramatic. I threw on some clothes that passed the sniff test, grabbed a stale granola bar from the kitchen counter, and headed out. The drive to the sawmill was short, the roads of Millstone as deserted as ever. The town had been dying a slow death ever since the sawmill closed, with more and more people leaving for better opportunities. Elsewhere, those who remained were either too old, too poor, or too stubborn to leave. As I approached the sawmill, its rusted machinery and broken windows loomed ahead, a grim monument to better days. Ryan's beat-up pickup truck was already there, parked haphazardly on the gravel lot. I pulled up beside it, my own car's engine sputtering ominously before falling silent. The air was thick with humidity, carrying the musty scent of decay that seemed to emanate from the abandoned building. A crow cawed in the distance, the sound echoing eerily in the stillness of the morning. As I got out of my car, a sense of unease settled over me, a feeling that something wasn't quite right. "Ryan," I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet. There was no response. I approached the sawmill's main entrance, a rusted metal door hanging precariously on its hinges. The door creaked ominously as I pushed it open, the sound sending a shiver down my spine. The interior was dark, shafts of dusty sunlight filtering through broken windows and holes in the roof. "Ryan, you in here?" I called again, my voice echoing through the cavernous space. Suddenly, a hand grabbed my shoulder from behind. I let out a startled yelp, spinning around to find Ryan grinning at me, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thomas, you made it," he exclaimed, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he'd nearly given me a heart attack. "You're not going to believe what I found." As I tried to calm my racing heart, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever Ryan had discovered was going to change our lives forever. Little did I know just how right I was, or how much I would come to wish I'd never answered that text. Ryan's excitement was palpable as he led me deeper into the bowels of the abandoned sawmill. The air grew thicker with each step, heavy with the scent of mold and decay. Our footsteps echoed off the corroded metal walls, creating an eerie symphony that set my nerves on edge. "What's this all about, Ryan?" I asked, my voice hushed despite the emptiness of the building. "Why drag me out here at the crack of dawn?" Ryan's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of excitement and something else, fear. "You remember all those stories our grandparents used to tell us about the strange things that happened in these woods?" I nodded slowly, recalling the tales that had both terrified and fascinated us as children. Stories of unexplained disappearances, of strange creatures glimpsed in the deepest parts of the forest, of eerie sounds that echoed through the night. We'd always dismiss them as old folk tales, meant to keep curious kids from wandering too far into the woods. Well, Ryan continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, I think there might be some truth to them. Look at this. He pulled out an old, leather-bound journal from his backpack. The cover was worn and cracked, the pages yellowed with age. As he carefully opened it, I could see that it was filled with handwritten notes, diagrams, and what looked like a map. I found this in my grandfather's attic last week, Ryan explained. It's his journal from when he worked here at the sawmill. Thomas, you won't believe the things he wrote about. As Ryan flipped through the pages, I saw detailed accounts of strange sightings in the woods surrounding the sawmill. Descriptions of a creature that defied explanation, with features that seemed to shift and change with each encounter. There were reports of workers going missing, only to return days later with no memory of where they'd been. The journal spoke of strange markings found on trees, of animals behaving erratically, of an oppressive feeling of being watched that seemed to permeate the forest. This is crazy, Ryan, I muttered, shaking my head in disbelief. You don't actually believe all this, do you? Ryan's expression turned serious. I didn't at first, but look at this. He flipped to a page near the back of the journal. It contained a crude map of the sawmill, with an area circled in red. Scrawled next to it were the words, "The truth lies beneath." I think there's something hidden here in the sawmill, Ryan said, his voice barely above a whisper. Something that might explain all of this. Before I could respond, a loud crash echoed through the building, causing both of us to jump. Ryan quickly stuffed the journal back into his backpack. What was that? I hissed, my heart pounding in my chest. I don't know, Ryan replied, his eyes darting around nervously, but I think we should find out. As we moved cautiously towards the source of the sound, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were making a terrible mistake. The shadows seemed to deepen around us, and I could have sworn I heard something moving in the darkness, just beyond the reach of our flashlights. We rounded a corner and found ourselves face to face with a rusted trapdoor, partially hidden beneath a pile of debris. It was slightly ajar, as if someone or something had recently passed through it. Ryan and I exchanged a look of apprehension. The smart thing would have been to turn back, to forget about the journal and the crazy stories. But curiosity got the better of us, as it always had. With trembling hands, we pulled open the trap door, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into darkness. The air that wafted up from below was cold and damp, carrying with it a smell that made my stomach churn. A sickly sweet odor of decay mixed with something else, something I couldn't quite identify. We shouldn't do this, I said, even as I found myself following Ryan down the stairs. This is how people die in horror movies. Ryan chuckled nervously. Good thing this isn't a movie then, right? As we descended deeper into the unknown, the darkness seemed to press in around us, swallowing the beam of our flashlights. The stairs creaked ominously beneath our feet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. At the bottom of the stairs, we found ourselves in a small, damp room. The walls were lined with shelves filled with old, dusty books and strange artifacts. In the center of the room stood a large, ornate chest, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to writhe and move in the flickering light of our flashlights. Ryan approached the chest, his hand reaching out to trace the carvings. "Help me open it," he said, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and excitement. As we lifted the heavy lid, a cloud of dust billowed up, making us cough and sputter. Inside, we found a collection of old documents, maps, and another leather-bound journal, similar to the one Ryan had found in his grandfather's attic. Ryan picked up the journal, flipping through its pages with shaking hands. "Thomas," he whispered, his face pale in the dim light. "This is bigger than we thought. Look at this." I leaned in, peering at the handwritten notes. They detailed a series of experiments conducted in secret beneath the sawmill. Experiments that involved summoning, and containing something that the writer referred to only as the entity. The descriptions were vague, but the terror in the writer's words was palpable. As we read, a cold dread settled over me. We had stumbled onto something far beyond our understanding, something that should have remained hidden. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoed through the room. We spun around, our flashlights illuminating a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness of the stairwell. Something was coming down the stairs, something large and undoubtedly dangerous. "Run," I yelled, grabbing Ryan's arm and pulling him towards a door on the far side of the room that I hadn't noticed before. As we burst through the door, I heard the creature enter the room behind us, its growls growing louder and more menacing. We found ourselves in a long, winding tunnel that seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. With the sound of pursuit close behind us, we ran blindly forward, our flashlights bouncing wildly off the damp walls. The tunnel twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the earth. I didn't know where we were going, but I knew we couldn't stop. Whatever was chasing us, whatever had been hidden beneath the sawmill for all these years, was now awake and hunting, and we were its prey. Our footsteps echoed off the damp walls of the tunnel as we ran, the sound mixing with our ragged breathing, and the terrifying growls of the creature pursuing us. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly, creating a dizzying strobe effect that made it hard to see where we were going. The air grew colder and damper with each step, carrying with it a putrid smell that made my stomach churn. "Thomas, wait," Ryan gasped from behind me. I can't keep up." I slowed my pace, reaching back to grab Ryan's arm and pull him along. "We can't stop," I panted. something is right behind us. As if to confirm my words, an ear-splitting roar reverberated through the tunnel, so loud it made my teeth rattle. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. In the flickering light of our flashlights, I caught a glimpse of our pursuer. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before, a nightmarish amalgamation of features that seemed to shift and change even as I looked at it. One moment it appeared almost human-like. The next it was more animal, with elongated limbs and a face full of razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural, hungry light. "Oh God," Ryan whimpered beside me. "What is that thing?" I couldn't answer. My mind was reeling, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hallucination. A bad trip from something we'd inadvertently inhaled in the old sawmill. But the terror coursing through my veins felt all too real. We stumbled on, the creature's hot breath practically on our necks. The tunnel began to slope upward, and I clung to the hope that we were nearing an exit. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but the primal fear of being caught drove me forward. Suddenly, Ryan's foot caught on an unseen obstacle. He went down hard, crying out in pain. I skidded to a stop, turning back to help him. "Leave me," Ryan shouted, his face contorted in fear and agony. "Save yourself." But I couldn't leave him. Despite my terror, despite every instinct screaming at me to run, I couldn't abandon my best friend. I grabbed Ryan's arm, hauling him to his feet. The creature was upon us now, its massive form blocking out what little light remained in the tunnel. I could smell its fetid breath, feel the heat radiating off its body. In that moment, I was certain we were going to die. Then, miraculously, I spotted a narrow side passage we had missed in our panicked flight. Without thinking, I shoved Ryan towards it, following close behind. The passage was so tight we had to turn sideways to squeeze through. The creature roared in frustration, its massive bulk preventing it from following us. I could hear it thrashing against the entrance to the passage, feel the vibrations of its efforts through the rock. We pressed on, inch by agonizing inch, the rough stone walls scraping our skin. The passage seemed to go on forever, the air growing thinner and harder to breathe. Just when I thought we couldn't go any further, the passage widened, opening into a small cavern. In the dim light of our flashlights, I could see that the cavern was filled with strange, phosphorescent fungi that cast an eerie blue glow over everything. The air was thick with spores, and I pulled my shirt up over my nose and mouth, gesturing for Ryan to do the same. What was that thing? Ryan gasped, collapsing against the cavern wall. I shook my head, still trying to process what I'd seen. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I think it might be what your grandfather's journal was talking about." The entity. Ryan's eyes widened in horror. "But that's impossible. Those were just stories, myths." "I don't think they were," I said grimly. I think we've stumbled onto something that was never meant to be found, and now it's hunting us. As if in response to my words, a distant roar echoed through the cavern, causing small pebbles to rain down from the ceiling. The creature was still out there, still searching for us. We need to find a way out of here, I said, forcing myself to my feet despite the exhaustion weighing me down. There has to be another exit. Ryan nodded, his face pale and drawn in the blue light of the fungi. But what if it's waiting for us? I didn't have an answer for that. The truth was, I had no idea what we were going to do. We were lost in a maze of tunnels beneath the earth, being hunted by a creature that shouldn't exist, with no idea how to get back to the surface. As we gathered our strength for the next leg of our journey, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had crossed a line, stepped into a world we were never meant to see. And now, that world was determined to make sure we never left. The phosphorescent fungi cast long, writhing shadows as we moved through the cavern, searching for any sign of an exit. Every sound, every shifting shadow made us jump, our nerves frayed to the breaking point. The roars of the creature had faded into the distance, but that was almost worse. Now, we had no idea where it was, or when it might appear. As we reached the far side of the cavern, Ryan suddenly grabbed my arm, pointing to something on the wall. Thomas, look at this. I directed my flashlight where he was pointing, and felt my breath catch in my throat. Carved into the rock face were a series of strange symbols, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. They seemed to pulse with an inner light, shifting and changing as we watched. What are they? I whispered, reaching out to touch one of the symbols. As my fingers made contact with the rock, a jolt of energy surged through me, causing me to stumble back with a cry of pain. Ryan caught me before I could fall. Are you okay? He asked, his voice tight with concern. I nodded, flexing my tingling fingers. Yeah, I think so. But whatever these symbols are, they're not natural. It's like they're alive somehow. Ryan pulled out his phone, snapping a few quick photos of the symbols. Maybe we can figure out what they mean later, he said, if we get out of here. The if hung heavy in the air between us. We both knew our chances of survival were slim, but neither of us wanted to voice that fear out loud. As we continued our search for an exit, the cavern began to narrow, the ceiling dropping lower until we were forced to crouch. The air grew thicker, filled with an acrid smell that burned our nostrils and made our eyes water. Thomas, Ryan whispered, his voice tight with fear. Do you hear that? I stopped, straining my ears. At first, I heard nothing but the sound of our own labored breathing. Then, faintly, I caught it. A rhythmic thumping, like a giant heart beating somewhere in the depths of the earth. Wah, tea is that? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Before Ryan could respond, the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. Small rocks and dust rained down from the ceiling as the tremors intensified. Run, Ryan's arm and pulling him forward. We stumbled through the narrowing passage, the tremors growing stronger with each passing second. The thumping sound grew louder, filling our ears with its ominous rhythm. Suddenly, the passage opened up into another cavern, this one vastly larger than the last. Our flashlights couldn't penetrate the darkness enough to see the far walls or ceiling. But what they did illuminate made my blood run cold. In the center of the cavern stood a massive, pulsating thing. It was vaguely spherical, its surface a writhing mass of tentacles and eyes. With each pulse, it let out a deep, resonant thump that shook the very foundations of the earth. "Oh, God," Ryan whimpered beside me. "What is that?" I shook my head, unable to form words. My mind simply couldn't process what I was seeing. It was like something out of a Lovecraftian nightmare, a being so alien and terrifying that merely looking at it threatened to shatter my sanity. As we stood there, paralyzed by fear and awe, one of the creature's many eyes swiveled in our direction. In that moment, I felt a presence push against my mind, ancient and vast and utterly inhuman. Images flashed through my head, stars exploding into existence, planets forming and dying, civilizations rising and falling across countless worlds. I saw things that no human was ever meant to see, knowledge that threatened to burn away my very sense of self. I fell to my knees, clutching my head and screaming. Beside me, I could hear Ryan doing the same. The assault on our minds felt like it lasted an eternity, though it was probably only seconds. When it finally stopped, I found myself lying on the cavern floor, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. Ryan was beside me, his eyes wide and unseeing, mumbling incoherently. "Ryan," I croaked, reaching out to shake him. "Ryan, we have to move. We have to get out of here." But Ryan didn't respond. He just kept staring at the pulsating horror in the center of the cavern, his mind seemingly broken by what he'd experienced. A low growl from behind us snapped me back to our immediate danger. I turned to see the creature from the tunnels entering the cavern, its form seeming to shift and warp in the pulsing light from the central mass. Desperate, I hauled Ryan to his feet, practically dragging him as I looked for any way out. On the far side of the cavern, I spotted what looked like another tunnel entrance. It was our only hope. As we stumbled towards it, I could hear the creature gaining on us. Its hot breath washed over my neck, and I knew we weren't going to make it. In that moment of desperation, my hand brushed against something in my pocket, the strange, symbol-covered rock I'd picked up earlier. Without thinking, I pulled it out and hurled it at the pursuing creature. As the rock made contact, there was a blinding flash of light and a sound like reality itself tearing apart. The creature let out a howl of pain and fury, momentarily halted in its pursuit. Not questioning our luck, I redoubled my efforts, half carrying, half dragging Ryan towards the tunnel entrance. We had just reached it when an earth-shattering roar filled the cavern. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The massive, pulsating thing in the center of the cavern was moving, its countless tentacles writhing in what could only be described as fury. The very air seemed to vibrate with its rage. As we plunged into the tunnel, the last thing I saw was a wave of darkness sweeping towards us, threatening to engulf everything in its path. We ran blindly through the tunnel, the sounds of destruction echoing behind us. The ground shook violently, and I was sure the whole cave system was about to collapse on top of us. Just when I thought we couldn't go any further, we burst out into daylight. We were on the side of a hill, the entrance to the tunnel, little more than a small opening partially hidden by bushes. We stumbled a few more steps before collapsing onto the grass, our lungs burning as we gulped in the fresh air. Behind us, I could hear the sound of rock grinding on rock as the tunnel entrance collapsed in on itself. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the full weight of what we'd experienced hit me. I began to shake uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. Beside me, Ryan had curled into a fetal position, his eyes still wide and unfocused. What had we seen down there? What were those things? And more importantly, what did it mean for us, for our town, for the entire world? As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the hillside, I knew that our ordeal was far from over. We had seen things we were never meant to see, learned truths that were never meant to be known, and I had a feeling that the horrors we had encountered in the depths beneath the old sawmill were not content to remain hidden any longer. Whatever we had awakened down there, it was now awake, and it was hungry. The journey back to town was a blur. Ryan remained catatonic, muttering incomprehensibly to himself, his eyes darting wildly as if seeing horrors invisible to me. I wasn't much better off, jumping at every shadow, every unexpected sound. The weight of what we'd experienced pressed down on me, threatening to crush my sanity. As we stumbled into the outskirts of Millstone, the familiar sights of our hometown felt alien and wrong. How could everything look so normal when the world, as I knew it, had been turned upside down? I made the decision to take Ryan to the hospital. Whatever he had seen, whatever knowledge had been forced into his mind by that thing in the cavern, it had broken something inside him. I could only hope that modern medicine might be able to help where I couldn't. The emergency room was quiet when we arrived, the bored-looking nurse at the desk barely glancing up as we entered. But her expression quickly changed to one of alarm as she took in our appearance. Clothes torn and dirty, faces pale and drawn, eyes wild with fear. "What happened to you two?" she asked, rushing around the desk to help support Ryan, who had begun to sway dangerously on his feet. I opened my mouth to explain, then closed it again. How could I possibly describe what we'd been through? Who would believe me? We got lost in the woods. I finally managed to stammer out. "Near the old sawmill, Ryan, I think he hit his head. He's been like this for hours. The nurse nodded, not looking entirely convinced, but professional enough not to press the issue. We'll take care of him, she assured me, gesturing for an orderly to bring a wheelchair. As they took Ryan away, I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. I should be going with him, should be there for my friend. But the thought of staying in the hospital, of being confined in a small space with people asking questions I couldn't answer, was more than I could bear. I'll be back, I promised, though I wasn't sure if Ryan could hear me. I need to take care of something first. I stumbled out of the hospital, the cool night air doing little to clear my head. My feet moved of their own accord, taking me through the quiet streets of Millstone. Before I knew it, I found myself standing in front of the local police station. I knew I should go in, should tell them what had happened. But what would I say? That we discovered an ancient, eldritch horror living beneath the town. That there were tunnels filled with monsters running beneath our feet. They'd think I was crazy, or worse, on drugs. As I stood there, paralyzed by indecision, a police car pulled into the parking lot. Officer David Mackenzie stepped out, his face creasing with concern as he recognized me. "Thomas, are you all right, son?" he asked, approaching me slowly, as if afraid I might bolt. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I let out a bitter laugh at that. A ghost would have been preferable to what we'd actually seen. "Officer Mackenzie," I said, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. I need to report something. Something bad." The veteran cop's expression turned serious. He'd known me since I was a kid, had watched me grow up and get into and out of various scrapes. But he'd never seen me like this. "Why don't you come inside?" he said gently, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Whatever it is, we'll figure it out together." As he led me into the station, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, someone would believe me. Maybe we could do something about the horrors lurking beneath our town before it was too late. But as I opened my mouth to begin my story, a chill ran down my spine. Out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw a shadow move unnaturally, stretching and writhing in a way shadows shouldn't. And for just a moment, I caught a whiff of that sickly sweet odor from the tunnels. Whatever we had awakened down there, it hadn't stayed buried. It had followed us back. And now it was here in our town, hiding in plain sight. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't over. It was only just beginning. The fluorescent lights of the police station buzzed overhead, casting harsh shadows that seemed to writhe and twist in my peripheral vision. Officer Mackenzie sat across from me, his weathered face etched with concern, as I haltingly recounted the events of the past 24 hours. I told him everything. The journal Ryan had found, the hidden room beneath the sawmill, the tunnels, the creatures we'd encountered. As I spoke, I could see the disbelief growing in Mackenzie's eyes, slowly being replaced by something else. Pity, and perhaps a touch of fear. Thomas, he said gently when I'd finished, I've known you since you were knee-high to a grasshopper. You've never been one for tall tales, but what you're saying, it's impossible. You understand that, right? I nodded, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. I know how it sounds, officer. If I hadn't lived through it, I wouldn't believe it either. But it's real. It's all real. And it's here in Millstone. Mackenzie leaned back in his chair, rubbing a hand over his face. Look, son, you've clearly been through something traumatic. Maybe you and Ryan stumbled onto some kind of illegal operation out there, got exposed to some hallucinogenic chemicals or something. We can investigate the sawmill, see if... He was cut off by a sudden power outage. The station was plunged into darkness. The sudden silence broken only by confused murmurs from the other rooms. Damn budget cuts. Mackenzie muttered, fumbling for his flashlight. Backup generator should kick in any second now. But it didn't. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I felt that same presence I'd experienced in the cavern pushing against my mind. A low, rhythmic thumping began to fill the air, so deep I felt it more than heard it. Officer Mackenzie, I whispered, my voice tight with fear. We need to get out of here. Now, before he could respond, a blood-curdling scream echoed from somewhere in the station. It was quickly cut off, replaced by a wet, tearing sound that made my stomach churn. Mackenzie was on his feet in an instant, gun drawn. Stay here, he ordered, moving towards the door. No. I grabbed his arm, surprising both of us with my vehemence. We have to leave. We can't fight this thing. But it was too late. The door burst open, and something large and impossibly fast barreled into the room. In the beam of Mackenzie's flashlight, I caught glimpses of writhing tentacles, razor-sharp teeth, and far too many eyes. Mackenzie opened fire, the muzzle flashes illuminating the horror before us in strobe-like bursts. The creature let out an unearthly shriek, more of rage than pain. I saw it lash out, its limbs moving faster than should be possible. Mackenzie's scream was cut short as he was lifted off his feet and slammed into the wall with bone-crushing force. The flashlight fell from his limp hand, rolling across the floor to illuminate the scene in ghastly detail. I wanted to help him, wanted to do something, anything, but my body wouldn't respond. I was frozen in place, my mind unable to process the impossible horror before me. The creature turned its attention to me, its many eyes fixing me with a gaze that seemed to pierce through to my very soul. In that moment, I felt the weight of Ian's pressing down on me. The vastness of a cosmos so much larger and more terrifying than I had ever imagined. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature was gone. The backup generator finally kicked in, flooding the room with light. I found myself alone, surrounded by destruction. Of Officer Mackenzie, there was no sign. Shaking uncontrollably, I stumbled out of the room. The station was in chaos, officers running back and forth, shouting about an attack. But I knew the truth. This was only the beginning. I made my way outside, my mind reeling. The streets of Millstone were dark, the power outage apparently affecting the whole town. In the distance, I could hear screams, the sound of shattering glass, car alarms blaring. As I stood there trying to decide what to do, where to go, my phone buzzed in my pocket. With trembling hands, I pulled it out to find a text from an unknown number. The old ones are awakening. The stars are almost right. Come to the sawmill. We need your help. I stared at the message, a chill running down my spine. Part of me wanted to run, to get as far away from Millstone and its horrors as possible. But I knew I couldn't. Whatever was happening, whatever had been set in motion, I was a part of it now. With a deep breath, I started walking towards the old sawmill. As I moved through the darkened streets, I could feel eyes watching me from the shadows. The air was thick with that sickly sweet odor I'd come to associate with the creatures. Millstone, the town I'd known all my life, had become alien and hostile in the span of a single day, and I had a sinking feeling that soon the rest of the world would follow. What awaited me at the sawmill, I didn't know. But as the screams and sounds of destruction grew louder behind me, I knew one thing for certain. Nothing would ever be the same again. The walk to the sawmill felt like a journey through a nightmare. The streets of Millstone, once so familiar and safe, now seemed twisted and wrong. Shadows moved in ways they shouldn't, and more than once I caught glimpses of things that simply couldn't exist in any sane world. As I approached the sawmill, I saw that I wasn't alone. A small group of people had gathered near the entrance, their faces pale and drawn in the dim light of electric lanterns. I recognized some of them. Mrs. Henderson, my old high school teacher, Dr. Patel from the local clinic, even Mayor Wallace, his usual polished appearance now disheveled and wild-eyed. Thomas, Mrs. Henderson called out as I approached. "Thank God you're here. We were hoping you'd come. What's going on?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "Who sent that text? How did you know to come here?" Dr. Patel stepped forward, his usually calm demeanor replaced by barely contained panic. We all received the same message. It seems that those of us who have encountered the entities were called here. Mayor Wallace let out a bitter laugh. Encountered. That's one way of putting it. I saw one of those things tear apart my security detail like they were made of paper. A shudder ran through the group at his words. I looked around, noticing for the first time that everyone bore signs of recent trauma. Torn clothes, cuts and bruises, and eyes that had seen things they could never unsee. But why here? I asked. Why the sawmill? Before anyone could answer, a figure emerged from the shadows of the building. I tensed, ready to run, but relaxed slightly when I saw it was human, or at least appeared to be. The man was elderly, with a wild mane of white hair and a beard that reached nearly to his waist. He leaned heavily on a gnarled wooden staff, his eyes bright and alert despite his apparent age. "Because, young man," he said, his voice surprisingly strong, "this is where it all began, and this is where it must end." He introduced himself as Ezekiel Blackwood, a name that tickled something in my memory. Hadn't there been a Blackwood involved in the founding of Millstone? My family has watched over this town for generations, Ezekiel explained as he led us into the sawmill. We've kept the old ones at bay, maintained the wards that kept them sleeping. But now, thanks to your little expedition, those wards have been broken. I felt a surge of guilt at his words. "I'm sorry," I started to say, but Ezekiel waved me off. "What's done is done. The question now is what we're going to do about it." He led us down into the hidden chamber beneath the sawmill, the one Ryan and I had discovered what felt like a lifetime ago. But now, the room was transformed. The walls were covered in glowing symbols similar to the ones we'd seen in the cavern, and in the center of the room stood a large circular stone altar. "The creatures you've encountered, the horrors you've seen, they're just the tip of the iceberg," Ezekiel explained. "They're heralds of the old ones, ancient beings from beyond our reality. And now that they've been awakened, they won't stop until they've remade our world in their image." "So what can we do?" Dr. Patel asked, his voice shaking. "How can we possibly fight something like that?" Ezekiel's expression was grim. "We can't fight them, not directly, but we can send them back. The ritual requires a sacrifice, willingly given, a life freely offered to close the door between our world and theirs." A heavy silence fell over the group as the implications of his words sank in. Someone would have to die to save the town, to save the world. Before anyone could speak, a familiar voice called out from the entrance to the chamber. "I'll do it." I spun around to see Ryan standing there, his eyes clear for the first time since our encounter in the cavern. "Ryan, no," I shouted, moving towards him. But he held up a hand, stopping me. "It has to be me, Thomas. What I saw down there, what I know now, I can't live with it. At least this way, my death will mean something." As Ryan stepped forward, the symbols on the walls began to pulse with an eerie light. The air grew thick with power, and I could hear that familiar thumping sound growing louder. "They're coming," Ezekiel said, his voice urgent. "We need to begin now." What followed was a blur of chanting, swirling energies, and mind-bending visions. I saw realities collide and separate, felt the weight of cosmic forces beyond my Ension. And at the center of it all was Ryan, his face serene even as the energies of the ritual tore him apart. There was a final, blinding flash of light, and then silence. When my vision cleared, Ryan was gone. The symbols on the walls had faded, and the oppressive presence I'd felt since our first encounter in the tunnels had vanished. "It's done," Ezekiel said softly. "The door is closed for now." We made our way back to the surface in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The town was quiet, the destruction of the night already being cleaned up as the sun began to rise. Mayor Wallace turned to Ezekiel. What do we tell people? How do we explain all this? The old man shrugged. You don't. Gas leak, mass hallucination, whatever story you think they'll believe. The world isn't ready for the truth. As the others dispersed, I remained behind with Ezekiel. It's not over, is it? I asked, already knowing the answer. He shook his head. It's never over, son. The old ones are patient. They'll wait, and someday they'll try again. And when they do, we'll need to be ready. He placed a hand on my shoulder, his eyes boring into mine. You've seen beyond the veil now, Thomas. You can't go back to your old life. The question is, are you ready to take up the watch? As I looked out over Millstone, the town I'd known all my life, yet now seemed so different. I knew there was only one answer I could give. I'm ready, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. Tell me what I need to do. In the months that followed, life in Millstone slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy. The official story, as Mayor Wallace put it, was that a gas leak at the old sawmill had caused mass hallucinations and panic. Most people seemed eager to accept this explanation, to forget the horrors they'd witnessed and return to their comfortable lives. But for those of us who knew the truth, things would never be the same. We formed a secret society of sorts, led by Ezekiel Blackwood, dedicated to watching for signs of the old one's return and maintaining the ancient wards that kept them at bay. I threw myself into studying the lore Ezekiel had accumulated over the years, learning about the cosmic horrors that lurked just beyond the veil of our reality. The nightmares were frequent at first, visions of writhing tentacles and impossible geometries that left me waking in a cold sweat. But over time, I learned to control them, to use them as a way to sense disturbances in the fabric of our world. Ryan's sacrifice weighed heavily on me. I visited his grave often, though I knew the stone marker was just for show. Wherever he was now, it wasn't in that peaceful cemetery on the hill. I hoped that somehow, somewhere, he knew that his death had meant something, that he had saved us all. Life went on. I got a job at the local library, which provided a perfect cover for my real work. People would come to me with stories of strange sightings or unexplained phenomena, and I would investigate, always vigilant for signs that the barrier between worlds was weakening. There were close calls over the years. A cluster of disappearances in the woods that turned out to be a minor incursion of interdimensional entities. A series of bizarre weather patterns that heralded an attempt by one of the old ones to manifest physically in our world. Each time, our little group managed to avert disaster, though often at great personal cost. As I stand here now, 20 years later, looking out over Millstone from the hill where the old sawmill once stood, I can't help but reflect on how much has changed. The town has grown, modernized in many ways, yet beneath the surface, ancient forces still stir. I'm not the same person I was on that fateful day when Ryan and I first stumbled upon the hidden chamber. I've seen things that have both expanded my understanding of the universe and shaken me to my very core. I've lost friends, made enemies both human and otherwise. I've loved and lost, always knowing that my duty to protect the world from cosmic horrors had to come first. But as I watch the sun set over Millstone, casting long shadows that seem to move in ways they shouldn't, I know that I wouldn't change a thing. This is my purpose, my calling, to stand as a sentinel against the darkness, to keep the old ones at bay for as long as I can, because the alternative, a world reshaped in their image, is too horrifying to contemplate. And so I'll continue to watch, to wait, and to fight when necessary, for Millstone, for Ryan, for all of humanity. The old ones are patient, but so am I, and as long as I draw breath, I'll make sure they never set foot in our world again. As I turn to head back into town, I catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. For just a moment, I see a familiar face. Ryan, as young as he was on that day 20 years ago, smiling at me. Then he's gone, like a mirage in the fading light. I smile to myself. Whatever cosmic forces are out there, what if? Horrors lurk beyond the veil. I know I'm not facing them alone. And that gives me the strength to carry on, to face whatever nightmares tomorrow might bring. Because in Millstone, the night is always young, and the stars are always almost right. The dense Pennsylvania forest has always been my second home. Growing up in Greenridge, a town so small it barely registers on most maps, I learned to navigate these woods before I could even tie my own shoelaces. My name's Dexter Bellamy, though most folks around here just call me Dex. I was born and raised in this little corner of the world, where the trees outnumbered the people, and the secrets of the forest run deeper than any root system. It was the summer of 2019 when everything changed. I was 28 at the time, still young enough to think I knew it all, but old enough to know better. The forest had always been my refuge, my escape from the mundane realities of small-town life. Little did I know that it would soon become the source of my nightmares. I remember that day like it was yesterday. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a smell I'd breathed in 1,000 times before. But something felt different. There was a heaviness to the atmosphere, an unnatural stillness that sent a shiver down my spine despite the warm July air. I had just gone through a pretty rough breakup with a girl named Celeste. She was my first real love, the kind of person you think you'll spend the rest of your life with. But life has a way of throwing curveballs, and our relationship had crumbled under the weight of unmet expectations and diverging paths. The breakup had hit me hard, leaving me feeling hollow and lost. That's why I decided to head out on a solo camping trip. Nothing big, just an overnight stay to clear my head and escape the pitying glances of friends who didn't know what to say. I needed some time away from the familiar streets of Greenridge, away from the memories that seemed to lurk around every corner. As I packed my gear, a tent, sleeping bag, some food, water, and my trusty Swiss Army knife, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It was like a whisper at the edge of my consciousness, a warning I couldn't quite make out. But I brushed it off, chalking it up to post-breakup jitters, and the prospect of spending a night alone in the woods. I set out early in the morning, the sun barely peeking over the horizon. The walk was refreshing at first, the crisp air filled with the songs of waking birds and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But as I ventured deeper into the forest, following a trail I hadn't used in years, the familiar sounds began to fade away, replaced by an eerie silence. My destination was an old spot I hadn't visited since I was a teenager, a small, secluded lake deep within the forest. It was a place I had discovered as a kid, where the water was always cool, the fish plentiful, and the trees seemed to whisper secrets if you listened hard enough. At least, that's how I remembered it. As I walked, memories of Celeste kept flooding back. The way she laughed, the smell of her hair, the way she would scrunch her nose when she was thinking hard about something. Each recollection was like a knife twisting in my gut. I shook my head, trying to focus on the trail ahead, but the thoughts persisted, mingling with the growing sense of unease that seemed to permeate the forest. The trees around me seemed to grow taller and more menacing with each step. Their branches reached out like gnarled fingers, casting strange shadows on the forest floor. I found myself jumping at every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves. It was ridiculous, I told myself. I knew these woods like the back of my hand. There was nothing to be afraid of. But as the day wore on, and the familiar landmarks failed to appear, I began to wonder if I had taken a wrong turn somewhere. The forest seemed different, alien somehow. The trees were too close together, their trunks twisted into unnatural shapes. The undergrowth was thicker than I remembered, clinging to my legs as if trying to hold me back. By the time I reached the lake, the sun was high in the sky, beating down with an intensity that seemed to mock my growing discomfort. The lake itself was just as I remembered it, a shimmering mirror in the midst of the greenery, but the trees around it seemed to loom closer than before, their reflections in the water distorted and unsettling. I set up my tent with shaking hands, trying to ignore the feeling of being watched. As I worked, I couldn't shake the sensation that the forest was closing in around me, that each time I turned my back, the trees crept a little closer. It was nonsense, of course. Trees don't move. But in that moment, surrounded by the oppressive silence of the forest, anything seemed possible. As night began to fall, I built a fire, the flames providing a small circle of comfort in the growing darkness. But even the fire seemed subdued, its light barely penetrating the thick shadows that pressed in from all sides. I cooked the fish I had caught earlier, but the taste was off, almost rotten, despite the fish being fresh. As I sat there, staring into the flames, I couldn't help but feel that I had made a terrible mistake in coming here. The forest that had once been my sanctuary now felt like a trap, a malevolent presence waiting to spring. And as the night wore on, that feeling would only grow stronger, leading me into a nightmare I could never have imagined. The night settled in like a heavy blanket, smothering the last remnants of daylight. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, their branches seeming to twist and writhe in the flickering light. I huddled closer to the flames, seeking comfort in their warmth. But the chill that ran through me had nothing to do with the temperature. As the hours ticked by, the forest came alive with nocturnal sounds. But these weren't the familiar noises of the woods I knew. The hoots of owls sounded more like mocking laughter, the rustle of leaves like whispered threats. Every snap of a twig made me jump, my heart racing as I scanned the darkness beyond the firelight. It was well past midnight when I first heard it, a low, guttural sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or perhaps my imagination playing tricks on me. But as it grew louder, more insistent, I knew it was something else entirely. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard before. It was a cross between a growl and a moan, filled with a primal hunger that sent shivers down my spine. I grabbed my knife, holding it out in front of me like a talisman against the darkness. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound brave. There was no response, just that terrible, inhuman sound growing closer. I backed up against a tree, my eyes straining to penetrate the darkness. The fire seemed to dim, as if cowering from whatever was approaching. And then I saw it. Emerging from the shadows was a creature that defied description. It was tall, at least 7 feet, its body covered in coarse, matted hair that seemed to absorb the light. Its limbs were long and sinewy, moving with a disturbing fluidity that was both graceful and terrifying. But it was its face that froze the blood in my veins. The creature's face was a nightmare made flesh. Its eyes were deep-set and glowing with an otherworldly intelligence, fixed on me with predatory intensity. Its mouth was a gash filled with yellowed, razor-sharp teeth, drool dripping from its jaws as it let out another of those bone-chilling sounds. For a moment, I thought I must be dreaming. Creatures like this didn't exist in the real world. They were the stuff of campfire stories and urban legends, not something you encountered in the forests of Pennsylvania. But as it took a step towards me, its clawed feet leaving deep impressions in the soft earth, I knew this was no dream. This was a waking nightmare. I gripped my knife tighter, though I knew it would be useless against this monstrous being. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. The creature tilted its head, almost curiously, as if considering my words. Then, with terrifying speed, it lunged. I barely had time to react, slashing out wildly with my knife. By some miracle, I managed to nick its arm, but it was like cutting through leather. The creature let out a shriek of anger, more annoyed than hurt by my pitiful attempt at defense. Its massive hands swung out, catching me in the side and sending me flying. I hit the ground hard, the breath knocked out of me. Pain exploded in my ribs, and I could feel warm blood seeping through my shirt. But there was no time to assess the damage. The creature was coming, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the searing pain in my side, and ran. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. But I didn't dare slow down. I could hear the creature behind me, moving through the forest with unnatural speed and grace. Its growls echoed through the trees, spurring me on even as my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. I had no idea where I was going. All sense of direction was lost in the panic of the moment. All I knew was that I had to keep moving, had to find some way to escape this nightmare. But with each passing second, the creature seemed to draw closer, its hot breath almost on the back of my neck. Just when I thought I couldn't run another step, I burst out of the tree line and found myself on the shore of the lake. The water stretched out before me, dark and forbidding in the moonlight. For a split second, I hesitated. Then I heard the creature crashing through the undergrowth behind me, and I knew I had no choice. I plunged into the icy water, gasping at the shock of cold. I swam with all my might, each stroke sending waves of pain through my injured side. But the pain was nothing compared to the terror driving me forward. I could hear splashing behind me. The creature had followed me into the water. As I swam, my mind raced. What was this thing? How could it exist? And why, of all the people in these woods, had it chosen to hunt me? But there were no answers, only the burning in my lungs and the growing certainty that I wasn't going to make it. Just as I felt my strength giving out, my foot struck something solid. I had reached the other side of the lake. With the last reserves of my energy, I hauled myself out of the water and onto the rocky shore. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, before forcing myself to my feet. I looked back across the lake, expecting to see the creature swimming after me, but the water was still, the surface unbroken save for the ripples of my own passage. Had I lost it? Or was it merely biding its time, waiting for me to let my guard down? As I stood there, shivering and bleeding, I knew one thing for certain. The forest I had known and loved was gone. In its place was a realm of terror and mystery, where the impossible became real and death lurked in every shadow. And somehow, I had to find a way to survive until dawn. With With my heart still pounding and my clothes soaked through, I stumbled away from the lake shore. The adrenaline that had fueled my desperate swim was fading, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion and a throbbing pain in my side where the creature had struck me. I knew I needed to find shelter, somewhere to rest and tend to my wounds. But the thought of stopping filled me with dread. What if the creature was still out there, searching for me? I pushed on through the unfamiliar terrain, each step a struggle against fatigue and fear. The forest on this side of the lake was different, older somehow. The trees were massive, their trunks wider than any I had seen before, their branches forming a thick canopy that blocked out most of the moonlight. Strange, phosphorescent fungi clung to the bark, casting an eerie, bluish glow that only added to the otherworldly atmosphere. As I walked, I became aware of eyes watching me from the darkness. Not the malevolent gaze of the creature that had attacked me, but something else, something ancient and patient. I could hear whispers on the wind, words in a language I didn't understand, but that sent shivers down my spine nonetheless. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, I saw a light through the trees. At first, I thought it must be a hallucination, a product of my exhausted, terrified mind. But as I drew closer, I realized it was real, a warm, golden glow spilling from the windows of a small cabin. Relief flooded through me, but it was quickly tempered by caution. Who would be living out here, so deep in these haunted woods? And would they be friend or foe? But I was in no position to be picky. My wounds needed attention, and I needed a safe place to rest. With no other options, I approached the cabin. The structure was old, but well maintained. Its log walls weathered by years of exposure to the elements. Smoke curled from a stone chimney, and I could smell wood smoke and something else. Herbs, perhaps, on the air. As I reached the porch, I hesitated. What if this was a trap? What if the owner of this cabin was in league with the creature that had attacked me? But before I could decide whether to knock or retreat back into the forest, the door swung open. Standing in the doorway was an old man, his face lined with age and weathered by years in the wilderness. He held a shotgun in his gnarled hands, but it wasn't pointed at me. Instead, he looked at me with a mixture of concern and, was that recognition? Well, don't just stand there bleeding on my porch, he said, his voice gruff, but not unkind. Come on in before that thing finds you again. Stunned by his words, and too exhausted to question them, I stumbled into the cabin. The interior was cozy, filled with the warm light of oil lamps and the crackling of a fire in the hearth. The walls were lined with shelves full of books, jars of strange substances, and what looked like primitive weapons. The old man helped me to a chair by the fire, then busied himself gathering supplies from various corners of the cabin. Name's Virgil, he said as he worked. Been living out here for decades. Seen that thing a few times, but never this close. What is it? I managed to ask, my voice weak and shaky. Virgil shook his head as he began cleaning my wounds with a pungent-smelling liquid that stung fiercely. "Don't rightly know," he admitted. "Some folks say it's a Bigfoot. Others think it's some kind of mutant bear. All I know is it's dangerous, and it's been getting bolder lately." As Virgil tended to my injuries, he told me more about the creature and the forest. He spoke of ancient Native American legends Abo, a guardian of the woods that had become corrupted, of government experiments gone wrong, of portals to other dimensions. I listened in a daze, part of me wanting to dismiss it all as the ramblings of a madman. But after what I had seen, I was ready to believe almost anything. "Why do you stay out here?" I asked as he finished bandaging my side. "Why not move somewhere safer?" Virgil chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling. "This is my home, son. I've lived here too long to be scared off by some overgrown beast. Besides," he added, his eyes taking on a distant look, "someone's got to keep an eye on things." As the night wore on, Virgil kept watch while I drifted in and out of consciousness. The fire burned high, and Virgil's shotgun never left his side. In my feverish state, I thought I heard noises outside, heavy footsteps, that same bone-chilling growl. But each time I started awake, Virgil was there, a steady presence in the flickering firelight. "Rest easy," he would say. "It can't get you in here." I wanted to ask why, wanted to know what protection this simple cabin could offer against the nightmare that lurked in the woods. But exhaustion always pulled me back under before I could form the words. As dawn broke, painting the forest in shades of gold and pink, Virgil helped me to my feet. "Time to get you back to town," he said. "You'll be safer there. But remember what you've seen, what you've learned. The forest has changed. It's not safe anymore. Not for those who don't understand its secrets." We made our way slowly through the woods, Virgil supporting much of my weight. The forest seemed different in the daylight, less menacing, but no less mysterious. I could still feel eyes upon us, could still hear those whispers on the wind. But nothing attacked us. Nothing stepped out of the shadows to bar our path. As we reached the edge of the forest, near where I had first entered on my ill-fated camping trip, Virgil stopped. "This is as far as I go," he said, his eyes scanning the tree line behind us. "You should be safe from here on out, but remember, the forest isn't what it used to be. Be careful, Dex." I wanted to ask him so many questions. How did he know my name? How long had he been out there? What else did he know about the creature? But before I could voice any of these thoughts, Virgil had melted back into the shadows of the trees, leaving me alone at the forest's edge. The walk back into town was a blur. My side ached, my clothes were torn and stained with blood, and my mind was reeling from everything that had happened. By the time I stumbled into the Greenridge Clinic, I was barely coherent. Dr. Alina Prescott, who had been patching up the scrapes and broken bones of Greenridge residents for as long as I could remember, took one look at me and ushered me into an examination room. "Good Lord, Dex," she muttered as she helped me onto the table. "What happened to you?" I opened my mouth to explain, but where could I even begin? How could I describe the creature I'd seen, the terror I'd felt? How could I make her understand about Virgil and his cabin, about the whispers in the forest? In the harsh fluorescent light of the clinic, it all seemed impossibly far-fetched. I had an accident I finally managed while camping. Dr. Prescott raised an eyebrow, but didn't press further. She'd known me since I was a kid and was used to my accidents in the woods. But as she examined my wounds, cleaning and stitching were necessary. I could see the concern in her eyes. These weren't the usual scrapes and bruises she was used to seeing on me. "Dex," she said as she finished bandaging my side, "whatever you ran into out there, be more careful next time, okay? These woods, they're not always as safe as we'd like to think." I nodded, grateful for her discretion and her implicit understanding that there was more to my story than I was saying. She prescribed me some antibiotics and painkillers, and strongly suggested I take a few days off work to recover. News of my accident spread quickly through Greenridge. In a town this small, gossip travels faster than light. Some folks believed my vague explanations about a camping mishap. Others speculated wildly. I'd gotten into a fight. I'd been attacked by a bear. I'd had a run-in with some unsavory characters from out of town. A few people, though, looked at me with knowing eyes. Old Tom at the general store nodded gravely when I came in for supplies. "Saw something out there, didn't you?" He asked in a low voice, something that shouldn't exist. When I didn't answer, he just patted my shoulder. "You're not the first, son, and you won't be the last." As the days passed and my wounds began to heal, I found myself unable to shake the memory of that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the creature's glowing eyes, heard its inhuman growl. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I could hear heavy footsteps outside my window. I tried to convince myself it had all been a dream, a hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion, but the scars on my side were real enough, as was the memory of Virgil and his mysterious cabin. Something had happened out there in the woods, something that defied explanation. About a week after my encounter, I ran into my old friend Casey at the local bar. We'd known each other since high school, and he'd always been the skeptical type, quick to dismiss anything that couldn't be explained by science or reason. "Heard you had quite the adventure in the woods," he said, as he slid onto the bar stool next to me. "Want to tell me what really happened?" I took a long swig of my beer, considering my words carefully. Part of me wanted to tell him everything, to unburden myself of the terrifying secret I'd been carrying. But another part knew how it would sound, knew that telling the truth would only lead to disbelief and mockery. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," I finally said. Casey chuckled, shaking his head. "Try me. You've always had the wildest stories, Dex." So I told him. Not everything. I left out Virgil and his cabin. Some instinct telling me to keep that part to myself. But I told him about the creature, about my desperate flight through the woods and across the lake. As I spoke, I could see the disbelief growing in his eyes, mixed with concern. "You're serious about all this?" he asked when I finished, a skeptical smile on his face. "Dead serious," I replied, taking another sip of my beer. "And I've got the scars to prove it." Casey laughed, but it was an uneasy sound. "Man, you've always had the wildest stories, but this... Are you sure you didn't hit your head or something out there?" I shrugged, suddenly tired. "Believe what you want, but take my advice. Stay out of the woods at night." As I left the bar that night, I could feel Casey's worried gaze on my back. I knew he thought I was losing it, that the breakup with Celeste had messed with my head more than I was letting on. Part of me wished I could believe that too. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what was out there, lurking in the shadows of the forest. And I knew that sooner or later I would have to go back, because something had changed in those woods, something dark and dangerous, and somehow, for better or worse, I was now a part of it. In the weeks that followed my encounter in the woods, I found myself consumed by an obsessive need to understand what had happened. The creature I had seen defied all logical explanation, yet I knew it was real. The scars on my side were a constant reminder, throbbing with phantom pain whenever my mind wandered back to that terrifying night. I started spending my evenings at the local library, poring over books on local history, folklore, and cryptozoology. The librarian, Mrs. Hendricks, gave me odd looks as I checked out stack after stack of books, but she never commented. In a small town like Greenridge, sometimes it's better not to ask questions. Most of what I found was useless. Vague legends and second-hand accounts that could easily be dismissed as campfire tales. But every now and then, I'd come across something that made my blood run cold. A newspaper clipping from the 1950s about a group of hunters who went missing in the woods, only one of whom was ever found, babbling about a monster with glowing eyes. A chapter in a local history book detailing Native American legends about a forest spirit that had become corrupted and turned against humans. I created a board in my apartment, connecting bits of information with red string like some conspiracy theorist. It looked insane, I knew, but it helped me organize my thoughts, helped me feel like I was making progress in understanding what was out there. One name kept coming up in my research: Dr. Evelyn Marsh, a professor of anthropology at the nearby state university. She had written several papers on the folklore of the region, including some that touched on legends that sounded eerily similar to what I had experienced. After weeks of hesitation, I finally worked up the courage to email her. I kept my message vague, not wanting to come across as a crackpot, just expressing interest in her work and asking if she'd be willing to meet to discuss it further. To my surprise, she responded almost immediately, agreeing to meet me at a cafe in the university town, about an hour's drive from Greenridge. As I made the drive, my mind raced with questions. How much should I tell her? Would she believe me? Or would she, like Casey and so many others, think I was losing my mind? Dr. Marsh turned out to be a woman in her early 60s, with sharp eyes behind horn-rimmed glasses and a no-nonsense demeanor that reminded me of my high school principal. She listened patiently as I stumbled through a sanitized version of my story, leaving out the more unbelievable details. "Mr. Bellamy," she said when I finished, fixing me with a penetrating stare, "why don't you tell me what really happened out there?" I froze, HT off guard by her directness. I don't know what you mean," I stammered. She sighed, taking off her glasses and rubbing the bridge of her nose. "In my line of work, Mr. Bellamy, I've heard a lot of stories, some true, some false, many somewhere in between. But I've learned to recognize when someone is holding back, when they're afraid of not being believed." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "What did you see in those woods?" Something in her tone, in the intensity of her gaze, made me trust her. So I told her everything about the creature, about my desperate flight through the woods, about Virgil and his cabin. As I spoke, I saw her eyes widen, saw her hand shake slightly as she reached for her coffee cup. When I finished, there was a long moment of silence. Then Dr. Marsh spoke, her voice steady, but with an undercurrent of excitement. "Mr. Bellamy, what you've described, it matches some very old legends. Legends I've spent my entire career studying. But I never thought, never dreamed they could be true." She reached into her bag and pulled out a thick folder spreading papers across the table. They were filled with drawings and descriptions that made my heart race, depictions of creatures that looked disturbingly similar to what I had seen. "These legends," Dr. Marsh explained, "they speak of guardians of the forest, ancient spirits that protected the balance of nature. But some of them, according to the stories, became corrupted over time. They turned against humans, became hunters instead of protectors." I stared at the drawings, my mouth dry. But how? How could something like this exist without anyone knowing? Dr. Marsh shook her head. "People do know, Mr. Bellamy, or at least they used to. But over time, as we've become more civilized, we've dismissed these stories as mere myths. We've forgotten the old warnings, forgotten how to see what's really out there." She gathered up her papers, her movements, quick and decisive. "I need to see where this happened. Can you take me there?" I felt a chill run down my spine at the thought of returning to those woods, but I also felt a surge of validation. Finally, someone believed me, someone who might have answers. "Yes," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "I can take you there." As we left the cafe, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was stepping onto a path from which there was no return. The forest had always been a part of my life, but now it was something more, a mystery to be unraveled, a danger to be faced. And somehow, I knew that my encounter with the creature was only the beginning. The drive back to Greenridge was tense, filled with a mixture of anticipation and dread. Dr. Marsh spent most of the journey poring over her notes, occasionally asking me to clarify details about my encounter. With each mile that brought us closer to the forest, I could feel my heart rate increasing, my palms growing sweaty on the steering wheel. We arrived in Greenridge late in the afternoon. The sun was already beginning to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. As we pulled up to the trailhead where my ill-fated camping trip had begun, I couldn't help but remember the last time I'd been here, blissfully unaware of the terror that awaited me in the depths of the woods. Dr. Marsh seemed to sense my unease. She placed a reassuring hand on my arm. "We don't have to do this today, Mr. Bellamy. We can come back in the morning if you'd prefer." I shook my head. As much as the idea terrified me, I knew I needed to face this now. No, we should go, but we shouldn't stay after dark. That's when it hunts. She nodded, her face serious. Agreed. We'll just take a quick look around and then head back. I mainly want to get a sense of the area, maybe collect some samples. We gathered our gear, flashlights, water bottles, and a sample collection kit that Dr. Marsh had brought along. As an afterthought, I grabbed the hunting rifle from my truck. It probably wouldn't do much against the creature if we encountered it, but its weight was reassuring in my hands. As we entered the forest, I was struck by how normal everything looked. The trees swayed gently in the breeze. Birds called to each other in the canopy above, and the earthy scent of decaying leaves filled the air. It was hard to believe that somewhere in these peaceful woods lurked a monster straight out of nightmare. I led Dr. Marsh along the path I had taken that fateful night, my senses on high alert for any sign of danger. She followed close behind, occasionally stopping to examine a plant or collect a soil sample, her scientific curiosity seemingly overriding any fear she might have felt. As we neared the lake where I had encountered the creature, the forest began to change subtly. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining overhead to block out much of the fading daylight. The air grew cooler, and an unnatural silence fell over the woods. Even Dr. Marsh seemed to feel it, her chatty scientific observations tapering off into watchful silence. We emerged onto the shore of the lake, just as the sun dipped below the horizon. The water was still and dark, reflecting the deepening twilight like a mirror. I pointed across to the other side. That's where I swam to escape it, and somewhere over there is where I found Virgil's cabin. Dr. Marsh nodded, her eyes scanning the shoreline. "And where exactly did you first see the creature?" I turned, pointing to a spot a little ways back in the trees. "It came from over there, I think. It's hard to be sure. Everything happened so fast." As if on cue, a twig snapped in the direction I was pointing. We both whirled around, my hands tightening on the rifle. For a long moment we stood frozen, straining our eyes to see into the gathering darkness. "We should go," I whispered, my mouth dry with fear. "It's getting dark." Dr. Marsh nodded, her face pale in the fading light. "Yes, I think that would be wise. But first," she quickly knelt down, scooping some of the soil from where I had indicated into a sample bag. "If there's any trace of the creature, it might be here." As she worked, I kept my eyes on the tree line, the rifle held ready. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves sounded like approaching footsteps. By the time Dr. Marsh finished collecting her samples, my nerves were wound so tight I felt like I might snap. We turned to leave, moving as quickly and quietly as we could back along the trail. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees looming overhead like silent watchers. Every so often, I could swear, I heard something moving in the underbrush parallel to our path. But each time I turned to look, there was nothing there. We were about halfway back to the trailhead when we heard it, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Dr. Marsh froze, her eyes wide with fear, and was that excitement? "Mr. Bellamy," she whispered, "I think we're about to get some first-hand evidence." I raised the rifle, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. "We need to run now." But before we could move, a massive shape burst from the undergrowth ahead of us. In the fading light, I could make out matted fur, long, powerful limbs, and those terrifyingly intelligent eyes that had haunted my nightmares for weeks. The creature let out a roar that shook the very air around us. Without thinking, I shoved Dr. Marsh behind me and fired the rifle. The sound was deafening in the confined space of the forest, and the creature recoiled, more from the noise than any actual injury, I thought. "Run," I yelled, grabbing Dr. Marsh's arm and pulling her along as I turned to flee. We crashed through the underbrush, all attempts at stealth abandoned in our panic. I could hear the creature pursuing us, its heavy footfalls shaking the ground. Just as I was certain we were about to be overtaken, a shotgun blast rang out. The creature howled in pain or anger, and I heard it crashing away through the trees. I looked up to see a familiar figure standing on the path ahead of us, shotgun still raised. "Virgil," I gasped as we reached him. The old man nodded grimly. "Thought you might need some help. Come on, we need to get out of here before it comes back." As we hurried back towards the trailhead, I made quick introductions between Virgil and Dr. Marsh. The anthropologist seemed to have 1,000 questions, but Virgil shook his head. "Not here," he said. "We need to get somewhere safe first." We emerged from the forest to find night had fully fallen. The parking lot was eerily quiet. Our ragged breathing and pounding heartbeats seeming unnaturally loud in the still air. Without discussion, we all piled into my truck, Virgil taking the wheel while I sat in the back with Dr. Marsh, the rifle still clutched tightly in my hands. "Where are we going?" I asked as Virgil pulled out onto the main road, driving faster than was strictly safe on the winding forest roads. "My cabin," he replied, his eyes constantly checking the rearview mirror. "It's the only place around here that's truly safe from that thing." As we drove, Dr. Marsh peppered Virgil with questions. Who was he? How long had he known about the creature? What did he know about its origins? Virgil answered in short, clipped sentences, his attention clearly more focused on getting us to safety than on satisfying the professor's curiosity. It was only when we pulled up in front of his cabin, which looked even more isolated and run down in the harsh glare of the truck's headlights, that Virgil finally relaxed slightly. "Come on," he said, leading us inside. "We've got a lot to talk about." The interior of the cabin was just as I remembered it, cozy and cluttered, filled with books, strange artifacts, and the pungent smell of herbs. Virgil busied himself building up the fire and setting a kettle to boil, while Dr. Marsh and I sank gratefully into the worn chairs by the hearth. Once, we all had steaming mugs of strong herbal tea in our hands. Virgil settled into his own chair with a heavy sigh. "I suppose you want to know what's really going on," he said, his eyes moving between Dr. Marsh and me. We both nodded eagerly, and Virgil began to speak. He told us of an ancient pact between humans and the spirits of the forest, a delicate balance that had been maintained for thousands of years. The creature we had encountered was one of these spirits, a guardian that had become corrupted over time. It was the logging, Virgil explained, his voice heavy with regret. The mining, the pollution. Little by little, we violated the old agreements, took more than we gave back. And the spirits, they began to change. Dr. Marsh leaned forward, her eyes shining with academic excitement despite the gravity of the situation. "But how do you know all this? And why you?" Virgil was quiet for a long moment, staring into the flames. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. "Because I'm the last of the keepers. My family has watched over these woods for generations, maintaining the old ways, keeping the balance. But now," he trailed off, shaking his head. "Now the balance is broken. I finished for him, understanding dawning. And that thing out there, it's just the beginning, isn't it?" Virgil nodded grimly. "I'm afraid so. The corruption is spreading. More of the guardians are turning. And I'm too old, too weak to stop it alone." Dr. Marsh set down her mug, her face set with determination. "Then we'll help you. With my research and Mr. Bellamy's knowledge of the forest, surely we can find a way to restore the balance." I nodded in agreement, though a part of me quailed at the thought of facing that creature again. But I knew I couldn't turn my back on this. The forest had been my home, my sanctuary, for as long as I could remember. I couldn't abandon it now. Virgil looked between us, a glimmer of hope in his tired eyes. "It won't be easy," he warned, "and it will be dangerous. That thing out there, it's not the only one, and they're getting stronger, bolder. We understand, I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. But we have to try, for the sake of the forest, for Greenridge, for everything. As the night wore on, we talked strategy. Virgil shared ancient rituals and forgotten lore, while Dr. Marsh contributed her academic knowledge and theories. I found myself acting as a bridge between them, my practical experience with the forest, helping to ground their more esoteric ideas. It was nearly dawn by the time we finished, our plans still vague, but beginning to take shape. As we prepared to leave, Virgil pressed something into my hand, a small, smooth stone covered in strange symbols. A protection charm, he explained. It won't stop them entirely, but it might give you an edge if you encounter one of the corrupted guardians again. I clutched the stone tightly, feeling its comforting weight in my palm. As Dr. Marsh and I drove back towards town, the rising sun painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I couldn't shake the feeling that my life had irrevocably changed. The forest I had always known was gone, replaced by a realm of mystery and danger. But as I glanced at Dr. Marsh, saw the determination in her eyes that matched my own, I felt a glimmer of hope. We were in this together now, and somehow, someway, we would find a way to save our forest. In the weeks that followed our meeting with Virgil, life in Greenridge took on a surreal quality. On the surface, everything seemed normal. People went about their daily routines. The leaves began to turn as autumn approached, and the town prepared for its annual harvest festival. But underneath it all, there was a current of unease, a sense that something wasn't quite right. Dr. Marsh had taken a sabbatical from the university and rented a small house on the outskirts of town. We spent our days poring over her research and Virgil's ancient texts, trying to piece together a plan to restore the balance in the forest. Our nights were often spent in the woods, performing rituals under Virgil's guidance, leaving offerings at old, forgotten shrines, and always watching for signs of the corrupted guardians. The townsfolk noticed the change in me. Gone was the carefree local boy who spent his days fishing and hiking. In his place was a man with haunted eyes and a perpetual furrow in his brow. People whispered behind my back, speculating about what had happened to me in the woods that night. Some thought I was suffering from PTSD after a bear attack. Others, noting my frequent meetings with Dr. Marsh, thought I might be having an affair with the older woman. Only a few seemed to suspect the truth. Old Tom at the general store would give me knowing looks when I came in to buy supplies for our forest expeditions. Mrs. Hendricks at the library stopped questioning my endless requests for obscure books on local foe, elk lore, and Native American spirituality. And every now and then, I'd catch someone looking nervously at the forest's edge, as if they, too, had seen something they couldn't explain. Casey, my old friend, tried to talk to me about it one night at the bar. Dex, man, "What's going on with you?" he asked, genuine concern in his voice. "You're not yourself lately. Is it because of Celeste, or is it something else?" I wanted to tell him everything, wanted to unburden myself of the weight of the secret I was carrying. But I knew he wouldn't understand, couldn't understand. So I just shook my head and ordered another beer. "It's a complicated case," I said, "but I'm dealing with it. Don't worry about me." He didn't look convinced, but he let it drop. As he walked away, I felt a pang of sadness. It was like the forest had drawn a line through my life, separating everything into before and after. And people like Casey, no matter how well-meaning, were firmly on the before side. Our efforts in the forest seemed to be having some effect. The corrupted guardians appeared less frequently, and when they did, they seemed weaker, less aggressive. But it was slow progress, and for every step forward, it felt like we took 2 steps back. One night, about 2 months after our first meeting with Virgil, we had a breakthrough. We were performing a cleansing ritual at an ancient stone circle deep in the woods, when suddenly the air around us seemed to shimmer. The trees rustled, though there was no wind, and I could have sworn I heard whispers in a language I didn't understand, but somehow recognized. Dr. Marsh gasped, pointing to the center of the circle. There, hovering a few feet off the ground, was a ball of soft, green light. As we watched, it began to take shape, forming into a vaguely humanoid figure. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once, radiating an aura of ancient power that made my hair stand on end. Virgil stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Guardian," he said, his voice filled with awe and respect, "we welcome you." The figure inclined its head, then spoke in a voice that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my mind. "You have done well, Keeper," it said. "The balance is slowly being restored, but there is still much to be done." It turned its attention to me, and I felt as if my very soul was being examined. "You, child of the forest, have an important role to play. The corruption runs deep, and it will take one who truly loves these woods to heal them fully." Before I could ask what it meant, the figure began to fade. "Continue your work," it said, its voice growing fainter. "The fate of the forest and of your world depends on it." And then it was gone, leaving us standing in the darkness, filled with a mixture of exhilaration and terror at what we had just witnessed. As we made our way back to town that night, I found myself thinking about how much my life had changed in just a few short months. The forest that had once been my playground was now a battlefield, a realm of both wonder and danger. The townsfolk who had known me all my life now looked at me with confusion and sometimes suspicion, but as I glanced at Dr. Marsh and Virgil, saw the same mix of determination and wonder on their faces that I felt in my heart. I knew I wouldn't have it any other way. We were on a mission to save something precious, something vital. And no matter how hard it got, no matter how scary or weird or lonely, I knew I would see it through to the end. because the forest had always been my home, and now, more than ever, it needed me. Us. We were its protectors, its last line of defense against a darkness that threatened not just Greenridge, but the whole world. As we emerged from the tree line, the lights of the town twinkling in the distance, I took a deep breath of the cool night air. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new dangers. But for now, we had hope. And sometimes, in the face of the impossible, hope is the most powerful magic of all. As autumn gave way to winter, our work in the forest intensified. The corrupted guardians, perhaps sensing that their time was running out, became more aggressive. Sightings increased not just by us, but by others in town as well. It was becoming harder to keep our activities a secret. One cold December morning, I was woken by an urgent knock at my door. It was Casey, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. "Dex," he gasped. "You were right about everything. I saw it. In the woods behind my house, that thing you told me about." I ushered him inside, my mind racing. This was what we'd been afraid of. The corruption spreading, the creatures venturing closer to town. As Casey collapsed into a chair, shaking, I made a quick call to Dr. Marsh and Virgil. Within an hour, we were all gathered in my living room. Casey recounted his experience, his voice steadying as he spoke. When he finished, he looked at me with newfound respect and a hint of apology in his eyes. "I'm sorry I didn't believe you before," he said. "What can I do to help?" Virgil leaned forward, his face grave. "The time for secrecy is over," he said. "If the guardians are coming this close to town, we need to prepare everyone." And so began the most surreal town meeting in Greenridge's history. Standing before our friends and neighbors in the community center, we told them everything. About the ancient pact, the corrupted guardians, the rituals we'd been performing to try and restore balance. To my surprise, the reactions were mixed, but largely accepting. It seemed that more people than we'd realized had seen or sensed something amiss in the forest. Old Tom stood up and shared a story of his own encounter years ago. Mrs. Hendricks produced a journal kept by her grandmother, filled with accounts of strange creatures in the woods. As the meeting went on, a plan began to form. The town would band together to protect itself and help us in our mission. Some volunteered to join us in our rituals. Others offered to form patrols to watch the forest's edge. The local hunting club pledged to teach defense classes. For the first time in months, I felt a surge of real hope. We weren't alone in this fight anymore. The next few weeks were a flurry of activity. We trained, we planned, we fortified. The whole town worked together in a way I'd never seen before. It was as if the threat from the forest had united us, reminding us of the strength we had when we stood as one. But we all knew it was building to something. The corrupted guardians were appearing more frequently, in greater numbers. The forest itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting. It all came to a head on the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. We had planned our most ambitious ritual yet, hoping to use the power of the solstice to our advantage. But as we ventured into the forest, accompanied by a group of townspeople, we realized we weren't the only ones with plans for that night. The corrupted guardians were waiting for us, dozens of them, more than we'd ever seen in one place. They emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with malevolent light, their forms twisted and wrong in a way that made my stomach churn. For a moment, we all stood frozen, the two groups facing each other in the cold winter air. Then, with a roar that shook the trees, the guardians attacked. What followed was chaos, the sound of gunshots mixed with inhuman howls, and the chanting of hurried incantations. I found myself fighting back to back with Casey, his former skepticism replaced by grim determination as we fended off the creatures. Dr. Marsh's voice rose above the tumult, reciting an ancient spell as Virgil worked to complete the ritual. The air crackled with energy, and I could feel something building, a power that made the hair on my arms stand on end. Just when it seemed we would be overwhelmed, a bright light exploded from the center of our group. The corrupted guardians recoiled, shrieking in pain or fear. And then, emerging from the light, came the spirit we had seen before, the uncorrupted guardian. Its voice boomed across the clearing, speaking in that strange language that somehow we all understood. It was calling the corrupted ones back, reminding them of their true purpose, offering healing and redemption. One by one, the creatures stopped fighting. Some fled into the darkness, but others approached the spirit, bowing their heads in what looked like shame or regret. As they did, the corruption seemed to melt away from them, revealing their true forms. Beautiful, otherworldly beings that took my breath away. As dawn broke, casting its first light over the snow-covered forest, we found ourselves standing in a changed world. The corrupted guardians were gone, either healed or driven far away. The forest felt different, cleaner somehow, more alive. Virgil approached me, his eyes shining with tears. "It's done," he said softly. "The balance is restored, not just here but everywhere. You felt it, didn't you?" I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. I had felt it, a shift in the world, like something long broken had finally been mended. As we made our way back to town, tired but triumphant, I looked at the faces around me. Casey, grinning despite his injuries. Dr. Marsh, already taking notes on everything that had happened. The townsfolk, talking excitedly about what they'd seen and done. And Virgil, walking tall and proud, no longer bearing the weight of his solitary burden. I realized then that this was never just about saving the forest. It was about remembering our connection to the natural world, about coming together as a community, about believing in something greater than ourselves. The forest had changed, yes, but so had we. And as I looked towards Greenridge, the morning sun, painting the sky in brilliant shades of pink and gold, I knew that whatever challenges the future held, we would face them together. Because Somme, bonds, once forged in the fire of shared adversity, can never be broken. And the magic that lives in the heart of the forest now lived in us as well, a reminder of the wonders that exist when we open our eyes to the world around us. The crisp autumn air bit at my skin as I steered my weathered Subaru down a barely visible dirt road, deep in the heart of northern Minnesota's dense forests. It was October 17, 2023, and I, Felix Mullen, a 34-year-old real estate agent with an adventurous streak, was on my way to what I thought would be a routine property inspection. Little did I know that this day would forever change the course of my life, plunging me into a nightmare beyond my wildest imagination. The thick canopy of trees loomed overhead, their leaves a tapestry of reds, oranges, and yellows, creating an almost claustrophobic tunnel effect as I navigated the winding path. The isolation was palpable, pressing in on me from all sides. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, unseen eyes tracking my every move from the shadows of the forest. My colleague Ryan had tipped me off about an old lodge for sale near a small town called Nimrod. The name had initially made me chuckle, but now, as I delved deeper into this wilderness, it felt more like an omen. Ryan's words echoed in my mind. "It's got great potential, Felix. Just bring a flashlight and some snacks. You know, the essentials." The essentials, as it turned out, were woefully inadequate for what lay ahead. As I rounded a bend, the trees suddenly parted, revealing a clearing where the old lodge stood. My first glimpse of the structure sent a chill down my spine. The building loomed before me, a decrepit behemoth of stone and wood, its windows dark and lifeless. Nature had begun to reclaim it, with thick vines creeping up the walls and a blanket of moss covering much of the roof. The place exuded an aura of abandonment and decay that made my skin crawl. I parked my car and stepped out, the gravel crunching ominously under my feet. The air was unnaturally still, devoid of the usual forest sounds. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, just an oppressive silence that seemed to swallow every sound I made. Grabbing my flashlight, water bottle, and a granola bar from the glove compartment, I approached the lodge. My footsteps echoed hollowly on the worn wooden porch. The front door was ajar, swinging gently in a breeze I couldn't feel. As I pushed it open, the hinges let out a blood-curdling shriek that shattered the silence, making me jump. The foyer was grand, but dilapidated, a testament to faded glory. Dust motes danced in the weak sunlight that managed to penetrate the grime-covered windows. The floorboards creaked under my weight, each step sending reverberations through the structure, as if the house itself was groaning in pain. I was about to venture deeper into the lodge when a sound stopped me in my tracks. A rustling coming from upstairs, followed by what sounded like whispers. My heart began to race. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and frightened in the vast emptiness of the lodge. No response came, save for more rustling and those eerie, indistinct whispers. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. The staircase groaned in protest as I ascended, each step feeling like it might give way beneath me. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, emanating from a room at the end of a long, dark hallway on the second floor. As I approached the partially open door, flashlight in hand, the whispers suddenly ceased. The silence that followed was somehow even more terrifying. With trembling fingers, I pushed the door open, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the gloom. What I saw inside that room would haunt me for the rest of my days. Huddled in the corner was a man, or what was left of one. His clothes were in tatters, his body emaciated and filthy, but it was his eyes that truly horrified me, wide, bloodshot, and filled with a terror so profound it seemed to radiate from him in waves. "Art, are you okay?" I managed to stammer, though it was clear he was anything. But the man's gaze snapped to me, and he began to babble incoherently, words tumbling out in a frenzied stream. I caught fragments: beast, hunted, no escape, each one adding to the growing dread in the pit of my stomach. I took a cautious step forward, trying to appear non-threatening. "Listen, my car's outside. We can get you help. What's your name?" The man shook his head violently, pointing a trembling finger towards the window. No help," he wheezed. "Can't escape, the beast. It always finds you." I glanced out the window, but saw nothing except the dense forest surrounding the lodge. When I turned back, the man had gone rigid, his eyes fixed on a point behind me, his mouth open in a silent scream of pure terror. Before I could react, something slammed into me from behind with incredible force, sending me sprawling across the floor. My flashlight flew from my hand, its beam careening wildly around the room as it rolled away. In those chaotic flashes of light, I caught glimpses of something that defied explanation. A creature, massive and misshapen, with limbs too long and joints that bent in impossible ways. Its skin seemed to shift and writhe, blending with the shadows as if it were made of living darkness. The man in the corner let out an agonized scream. "Run," he yelled, his voice cracking with desperation. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The creature moved with unnatural speed and fluidity, its form seeming to distort and blur as it lunged towards us. We bolted from the room, the man somehow finding the SDR, anxious to run despite his emaciated state. Behind us, I could hear the creature pursuing, its movements eerily silent, save for the occasional thud as it collided with the walls. We burst out of the lodge and into the fading afternoon light, but there was no relief to be found. The man veered towards the trees, and I followed, hoping to lose our pursuer in the dense forest. As we crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces and tearing at our clothes, I realized with growing horror that this was only the beginning of our nightmare. The beast was out there, hunting us, and the vast, indifferent wilderness of northern Minnesota had become our hunting ground. Little did I know that this terrifying encounter was just the first chapter in a tale of horror that would push me to the very limits of human endurance and sanity. The beast of Nimrod had found its prey, and the hunt was on. The forest seemed to close in around us as we ran, the trees blurring into a suffocating mass of green and brown. My lungs burned with each ragged breath, and my legs felt like lead. But the primal fear coursing through my veins kept me moving. The man I had found in the lodge, who I would later learn was named Garrett, ran just ahead of me, his gaunt frame belying a desperate strength born of sheer terror. We burst into a small clearing, and Garrett collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. I doubled over, my hands on my knees, trying to gulp down oxygen between panicked glances over my shoulder. What the hell was that thing? I panted, my voice barely above a whisper. Garrett's eyes were wild, darting back and forth, as if expecting the creature to materialize at any moment. The beast, he wheezed, his voice hoarse and cracked from disuse. It's been hunting me ever since I got lost out here. Weeks, months, I don't even know anymore. A chill ran down my spine as I processed his words. How long had he been out here, alone and hunted by that thing? And how had no one found him until now? Before I could ask any more questions, a loud snap echoed through the clearing. We both spun around, and there it was, emerging from the trees with an almost casual grace that belied its monstrous nature. In the fading daylight, I could finally see the creature clearly, and the sight nearly stopped my heart. It stood at least 8 feet tall, its body a twisted amalgamation of features that seemed to shift and change as I watched. Its skin was mottled and rough, like the bark of an ancient tree, but it rippled and moved as if alive. Limbs too long and too numerous sprouted from its torso, ending in wickedly sharp claws that looked capable of tearing through flesh and bone with ease. But it was the creature's face, if you could call it that truly paralyzed me with fear. Where eyes should have been, there were only dark, empty sockets that somehow still conveyed a terrifying intelligence and hunger. Its mouth was a jagged gash filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth, and as it opened in a silent roar, I could see a darkness within that seemed to swallow all light. We had no time to think. Garrett stumbled to his feet, and we ran again, crashing through the underbrush with reckless abandon. But the beast was faster, its unnatural form allowing it to move through the forest with impossible speed and agility. I heard Garrett cry out behind me, and I made the mistake of looking back. The beast had caught him, its elongated arms wrapping around his body like serpents. Garrett's eyes met mine for a brief, horrifying moment, a look of resignation and terror that I knew would haunt me forever before the creature dragged him into the shadows. His screams were cut short with a sickening finality that left no doubt about his fate. I ran harder than I ever had in my life, branches whipping my face and tearing at my clothes. I had no sense of direction, no plan beyond the primal need to escape. The forest seemed to go on forever, an endless maze of trees and shadows where every sound could be the beast closing in for the kill. As the last light faded from the sky, I found myself in another small clearing. My legs finally gave out, and I collapsed next to a fallen tree, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I strained to hear any sign of pursuit, but there was nothing but the sound of the wind in the trees and my own thundering heartbeat. As my eyes adjusted to the growing darkness, I noticed something odd about the fallen tree I was leaning against. There was a hollow space beneath it, partially obscured by foliage, a small cave or den, just big enough for a person to squeeze through. With trembling limbs, I crawled forward and peered inside. To my shock, I saw a pair of eyes gleaming in the darkness, wide with fear. "Help me," a voice whispered, barely audible. I hesitated for a moment, my mind racing. Was this another victim of the beast or some kind of trap? But the plea in that voice was unmistakable, and I couldn't bring myself to abandon another human being to this nightmare. Slowly, carefully, I helped the person out of the small cave. It was a woman, her clothes tattered and dirty, her face gaunt with hunger and exhaustion. She looked as though she had been hiding there for days, maybe weeks. "What's your name?" I asked, my voice hoarse from exertion and fear. "Lena," she replied, her voice trembling. "It got my brother. We were hiking, and it came out of nowhere. I've been hiding, trying to survive, but I don't know how much longer I can last out here." I nodded, understanding all too well the terror she must have been experiencing. "I'm Felix," I said, trying to inject some confidence into my voice. "We need to get out of here. There's a town not too far from here, Nimrod. If we can make it there, we'll be safe." Lena looked at me, her eyes filling with a glimmer of hope for the first time. We helped each other to our feet, supporting one another as we began to move once more, sticking to the cover of the trees. As we made our way through the darkening forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the beast was out there somewhere, biding its time. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us jump, our nerves frayed to the breaking point. Hours passed, and the moon rose, casting an eerie silver light through the canopy. We were both exhausted, but the thought of that monstrous creature kept us going, pushing through the pain and fatigue. Just as I was beginning to lose hope, we stumbled upon an old logging road. Relief washed over me. This had to lead back to civilization. We followed the road, our pace quickening despite our exhaustion. In the distance, I saw a pinprick of light, headlights. We waved frantically, desperation giving us a final burst of energy. The truck slowed and came to a stop beside us, its headlights illuminating our battered, terrified forms. The driver, an older man with a weathered face and kind eyes, looked at us with concern. "Good Lord, what happened to you two?" he asked, helping us into the cab of his truck. It's a long story," I managed to say, glancing at Lena. "But we need to get to the nearest town, please." The man nodded, introducing himself as Frank. As he drove us towards Nimrod, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. We had made it. We were safe. But as I looked out the window at the dark forest passing by, I couldn't shake the feeling that our ordeal was far from over. The beast was still out there, and something told me it wasn't done with us yet. Little did I know how right I was, and how much deeper this nightmare would become. The rhythmic humming of Frank's truck engine provided a stark contrast to the chaotic silence of the forest we'd just escaped. Lena sat between Frank and me, her body tense and eyes darting nervously between the road ahead and the darkness outside the windows. The adrenaline that had kept us going was starting to wear off, leaving us both shaky and disoriented. "So, you two want to tell me what you were doing out there in the middle of the night?" Frank asked, his voice gruff, but tinged with genuine concern. "It's not safe to be wandering those woods, especially after dark." I exchanged a glance with Lena, unsure of how much to reveal. How could we explain what we'd seen without sounding completely insane? We got lost," I began hesitantly. "I was checking out an old property for sale, and things went wrong." Frank raised an eyebrow, but didn't press further. "Well, you're lucky I came along when I did. There's been some strange things happening in these parts lately. People going missing, weird noises in the night. Some folks are saying it's just wild animals, but I'm not so sure." His words sent a chill down my spine. Had others encountered the beast? How long had it been terrorizing this area? As we approached the small town of Nimrod, I could see the relief on Lena's face. The soft glow of streetlights and the occasional lit window were a welcome sight after the oppressive darkness of the forest. Frank pulled up in front of the local police station, a small, unassuming building that looked like it had seen better days. "This is probably your best bet for getting some help," he said. "You two take care now, and be careful out there." We thanked Frank profusely before stumbling out of the truck and into the police station. The fluorescent lights inside were harsh after hours in the dark, making me squint as we approached the desk sergeant. The officer looked up, his eyes widening as he took in our disheveled appearance. "Good Lord, what happened to you two?" For a moment, I hesitated. How could we possibly explain what we'd been through? But as I looked at Lena, saw the haunted look in her eyes, I knew we had to try. We had to warn them. "Officer," I began, my voice shaking slightly. "We need to report an attack and a missing person. Maybe more than one." The next few hours were a blur of questions, statements, and barely concealed. Skepticism from the local police. We told them everything. The old lodge, finding Garrett, the monstrous creature that had hunted us through the forest. With each retelling, the story seemed to become both more real and more unbelievable. "So let me get this straight," said Detective Simmons, a middle-aged man with the receding hairline and tired eyes. "You're saying there's some kind of monster out there in the woods hunting people?" I nodded, knowing how insane it sounded. "I know it's hard to believe, but I swear it's the truth. You have to send someone out there. Garrett, the man I found in the lodge. He's still out there." Or, I couldn't bring myself to finish the sentence. The memory of Garrett's fate still fresh in my mind. Detective Simmons sighed, rubbing his temples. "Look, we'll send out a search party at first light. But I gotta be honest with you. This sounds like you two might have had some kind of shared hallucination. Maybe there were some toxic fumes in that old lodge. Or it wasn't a hallucination." Lena interrupted, her voice stronger than I'd heard it before. "That thing killed my brother. It's been out there for weeks, maybe months. You have to do something before it kills anyone else." The detective held up his hands in a placating gesture. All right. We'll investigate. In the meantime, you two should get some rest. There's a motel down the street. We'll need you to stick around town for a few days while we sort this out." As we left the police station, the first hints of dawn were starting to lighten the sky. The town of Nimrod was beginning to stir. Early risers heading to work or grabbing coffee at the local diner. The normalcy of it all felt surreal after what we'd been through. We checked into the Pinewood Motel, a rundown establishment that had seen better days. The room was small and musty, but it felt like a palace compared to the horrors of the forest. As soon as my head hit the pillow, exhaustion overtook me, and I fell into a fitful sleep, plagued by nightmares of elongated limbs and teeth sharp as knives. I woke up hours later, disoriented and drenched in sweat. For a moment, I didn't know where I was, panic rising in my throat. Then I saw Lena sitting by the window, staring out at the street, and it all came flooding back. "Any word from the police?" I asked, my voice hoarse. Lena shook her head. "Nothing yet. I can't stop thinking about it, about my brother, about that thing out there." I sat up, running a hand through my hair. "I know. It doesn't feel real, does it? But we can't let it consume us. We're safe now." Even as I said the words, I wasn't sure I believed them. The memory of the beast, its impossible form and terrifying speed, was etched into my mind. How could we ever truly be safe, knowing such a creature existed? We spent the next few days in a state of anxious limbo, waiting for news from the police. We gave more statements, went over every detail of our ordeal again and again. The search party found the old lodge, but there was no sign of Garrett or the beast. They discovered some strange tracks in the woods, deep gouges in the trees that couldn't be explained. by any known animal. But it wasn't enough to convince them of the truth. As the days passed, I could feel the skepticism growing. The looks from the locals, the whispers when we walked by. They thought we were crazy, or worse, that we were somehow responsible for whatever had happened out there. On the fourth day, Detective Simmons called us into his office. His face was grim as we sat down across from him. "We've done a thorough search of the area," he began, his tone carefully neutral. "We found no evidence of any creature like you described. No bodies, no signs of a struggle. We did find some anomalies, but nothing conclusive." I felt my heart sink. "So, what are you saying?" Simmons sighed. "I'm saying that without any concrete evidence, there's not much more we can do. We'll keep the case open, of course, but you don't believe us." Lena finished, her voice bitter. The detective had the decency to look uncomfortable. "It's not that we don't believe something happened to you out there, but a monster. It's a lot to swallow. Maybe you saw a bear, or—" "It wasn't a bear," I snapped, frustration boiling over. "We know what we saw. That thing is still out there, and it's going to kill again." Simmons held up his hands. "I understand you're upset, but we've done all we can for now. You're free to go home. If we find anything else, we'll be in touch." As we left the police station, I felt a crushing weight of failure. We had survived, but at what cost? The beast was still out there, and no one believed us. How many more people would have to die before the truth came out? Lena and I stood on the sidewalk, unsure of what to do next. The thought of returning to our normal lives seemed impossible after what we'd been through. How could we just go back, pretending that the world hanged that we hadn't seen the impossible with our own eyes? "What do we do now?" Lena asked, her voice small and lost. I looked out at the edge of town, where the dense forest loomed like a green wall. Somewhere out there, the beast was waiting, hunting, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that this was far from over. "We find a way to stop it," I said, my voice hardening with resolve. "Whatever it takes, we can't let it hurt anyone else." Little did I know that this decision would plunge us even deeper into a nightmare beyond imagination, one that would test the very limits of our sanity and survival. The days following our dismissal from the police station blurred together in a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights. Lena and I had rented a small apartment in Nimrod, unable to bring ourselves to leave the town despite the suspicious looks and whispered rumors that followed us everywhere we went. We were outsiders now, marked by our experience in the forest, and the locals gave us a wide berth. I tried to resume some semblance of normal life, contacting my office back in the city to explain my prolonged absence. I fed them a vague story about getting lost in the woods and needing some time to recover. They were understanding, if a bit skeptical, and granted me an extended leave of absence. But the truth was, I couldn't imagine going back to my old life, not with the knowledge of what was out there lurking in the shadows. Lena, having lost her brother and her sense of security, had nowhere else to go. We became unlikely roommates, bound together by our shared trauma and the unshakable feeling that our ordeal was far from over. We spent our days researching, scouring the internet for any information on similar sightings or unexplained disappearances in the area. At night, we took turns keeping watch, jumping at every sound and shadow. Sleep, when it came, was fitful and plagued by nightmares. It was during one of these late-night research sessions, about 2 weeks after our encounter in the forest, that we stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. "Felix, look at this," Lena called from her laptop, her voice tight with tension. I moved to peer over her shoulder, my eyes widening as I read the headline on the screen. "Local hiker missing, strange tracks found." The article detailed the disappearance of a man named Derek Holbrook, who had gone hiking in the forests near Nimrod 3 days ago and never returned. The search party had found his backpack and some personal effects, along with a set of bizarre tracks that the rangers couldn't identify. "It's happening again," I whispered, a chill running down my spine. "The beast, it's still out there." Lena nodded grimly. "We have to do something. We can't just sit here while more people die." I ran a hand through my hair, my mind racing. But what can we do? The police don't believe us, and we're not exactly equipped to hunt down a monster. "Maybe not," Lena said, a determined glint in her eye. "But we know more about this thing than anyone else. We've seen it, survived it. That has to count for something." She had a point. As terrifying as the prospect was, we couldn't just ignore what was happening. We had a responsibility to try and stop this creature, to prevent anyone else from suffering the fate of Garrett or Lena's brother. Over the next few days, we formulated a plan. We gathered supplies, flashlights, first aid kits, flares, and anything else we thought might be useful. We pored over maps of the area, trying to pinpoint likely locations where the beast might be hiding. As we prepared, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were in over our heads. We were just 2 ordinary people, traumatized and ill-equipped, going up against something that defied explanation. But what choice did we have? The night before we planned to venture back into the forest, I woke with a start, my heart pounding. Something felt off. The air in the apartment seemed thick, oppressive. I got up to check on Lena, only to find her already awake, sitting rigid in her bed. "Do you feel that?" she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I nodded, a sense of dread settling in my stomach. Slowly, cautiously, I moved to the window and peered out into the darkness. What I saw made my blood freeze in my veins. There, at the edge of the forest that bordered the town, was a shape, a massive, twisted silhouette that seemed to shift and writhe in the moonlight. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, it turned its head, if you could call it that, and I swore I could feel its gaze lock onto our window. "It's here," I breathed, my voice barely audible. It's found us. Lena was by my side in an instant, her face pale in the dim light. How? How did it know where we were? I shook my head, unable to tear my eyes away from the monstrous form at the forest's edge. I don't know, but we can't stay here. We have to move now. We grabbed our pre-packed bags and slipped out of the apartment as quiet, lie as we could. The streets of Nimrod were deserted at this late hour, an eerie silence hanging over the town. We made our way towards the police station, hoping against hope that someone there would believe us now that the beast had come so close to civilization. As we hurried through the dark streets, I could hear something moving behind us. It was a sound like no other, a slithering, scratching noise that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see. We were almost to the police station when we heard a scream pierce the night air. It came from one of the houses we had just passed, a horrible, gurgling cry that cut off abruptly. "Oh God," Lena whimpered, her face a mask of terror. "It's killing them. It's killing everyone." The realization hit me like a physical blow. The beast wasn't just hunting us anymore. It had followed us back to Nimrod, and now the entire town was at risk. We burst into the police station, gasping for breath and wild-eyed. The night dispatcher looked up in alarm, reaching for his weapon. "It's here," I panted, struggling to catch my breath. "The creature from the forest, it's in town. You have to evacuate everyone now." The dispatcher's face twisted in confusion and disbelief. "What are you talking about? What creature?" Before I could respond, the lights in the station flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness. In the distance, we could hear more screams, the sound of breaking glass, and a low, inhuman growl that seemed to vibrate through the very air. As the emergency lights sputtered to life, casting an eerie red glow over the station, I met Lena's terrified gaze. We both knew that this was only the beginning. The beast had brought its hunting ground to us, and the night of terror was just getting started. Little did we know that our nightmare was about to reach unimaginable new depths, testing not just our will to survive, but our very grasp on reality itself. The red emergency lights bathed the police station in an otherworldly glow, transforming the once familiar space into something alien and threatening. The dispatcher, his face a mask of confusion and growing fear, fumbled for the radio. "All units, we have a situation in town." Multiple disturbances reported. "I need every available officer to respond." His voice crackled over the airwaves, but the only response was static. In the distance, we could hear the wail of sirens, punctuated by more screams and the sound of shattering glass. "You don't understand," I said, gripping the edge of the dispatch desk. "This isn't something your officers can handle. We need to evacuate the town now." The dispatcher looked at me, his skepticism warring with the very real fear sparked by the chaos outside. "Look, I don't know what's going on out there, but I can't just order an evacuation based on your say-so. Before I could argue further, the front door of the station burst open. Detective Simmons stumbled in, his clothes torn and bloody, his face a mask of terror. "It's real," he gasped, collapsing against the wall. "The thing they saw in the woods, it's here. It's killing everyone." The dispatcher's face drained of color. He reached for the radio again, this time his voice shaking as he called for backup from neighboring towns and issued an emergency evacuation order. Lena and I exchanged grim looks. We both knew that help wouldn't arrive in time. The beast was here, and it was up to us to stop it. "We need weapons," I said, turning to Simmons. "Anything you've got." The detective nodded weakly, gesturing towards the armory. "Code is 5283. Take whatever you need." We raided the police armory, arming ourselves with shotguns, pistols, and as much ammunition as we could carry. I had never been much of a gun person, but the weight of the weapon in my hands provided a small measure of comfort in the face of the horror that awaited us outside. As we prepared to venture out, Simmons grabbed my arm. "There's something you should know," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "After you two left, we kept investigating, found some old records, stories from the town's founding. There were incidents, things people saw in the woods. It's been here for a long time, whatever it is." A chill ran down my spine. "Why didn't you tell us?" Simmons shook his head, regret etched on his face. "Didn't want to believe it. Thought it was just old superstition. God help us all." With that grim knowledge weighing on us, we stepped out into the chaos-filled streets of Nimrod. The scene that greeted us was like something out of a war zone. Cars were overturned, windows shattered. Here and there, we could see dark shapes lying motionless on the ground. Bodies, I realized, with a sickening lurch in my stomach. We moved cautiously, weapons at the ready, every shadow and sound a potential threat. The beast seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once, its presence palpable in the very air around us. As we turned a corner, we came face to face with a group of terrified townspeople huddled together in the entrance of the local diner. Among them, I recognized Frank, the truck driver who had rescued us from the forest. "You," he said, his eyes widening as he saw us. "You brought this thing here, didn't you?" I opened my mouth to protest, but what could I say? In a way, he was right. The beast had followed us, had brought its reign of terror to this quiet town because of us. "We're trying to stop it," Lena said, her voice steady despite the fear I could see in her eyes. "We need to get everyone out of town." Frank nodded grimly. "Been trying to gather folks, get them to the highway, but that thing, it's picking us off one by one." A plan began to form in my mind. "We'll draw it away," I said, looking at Lena. "Give you all a chance to escape." "That's suicide," Frank protested, but I could see the relief in his eyes. "It's our only choice," I replied. "Get everyone you can to the highway. won't stop for anything. As Frank began organizing the evacuation, Lena and I shared a long look. We both knew the odds of surviving this were slim to none, but we had brought this nightmare to Nimrod, and we had to do whatever it took to end it. We made our way towards the center of town, our senses on high alert. The beast's presence seemed to grow stronger with each step, the air itself becoming thick and oppressive. The silence was punctuated only by distant screams and the occasional sound of breaking glass or crumbling masonry. As we approached the town square, a low, guttural growl echoed through the streets, sending shivers down my spine. Lena and I exchanged a glance, our faces pale in the eerie glow of the few streetlights that still functioned. "It's close," Lena whispered, her knuckles white as she gripped her shotgun. I nodded, trying to swallow past the lump of fear in my throat. "Remember, we just need to keep it distracted long enough for the others to escape. We're not trying to be heroes here." Even as I said the words, I knew they were a lie. Deep down, a part of me hoped that somehow, against all odds, we might find a way to end this nightmare once and for all. We stepped into the town square, and the world seemed to hold its breath. The old clock tower loomed over us, its face cracked and its hands frozen at 11:47. Overturned cars and debris littered the area, and dark stains on the pavement hinted at the violence that had already occurred here. And then we saw it. The beast stood in the center of the square, its massive form even more terrifying in the open than it had been in the confines of the forest. In the dim light, I could see details I had missed before. The way its skin seemed to ripple and shift, never quite settling on one form. Its limbs bent at impossible angles, and what I had thought were claws now looked more like twisted, bony protrusions that constantly reshaped themselves. But it was the creature's face that truly stole the breath from my lungs. Where before I had seen only darkness, now I could make out features, if you could call them that. Its mouth was a jagged tear filled with row upon row of needle-sharp teeth, constantly moving and reshaping. And its eyes, God, its eyes, they were pools of absolute blackness, but somehow they reflected the light in a way that made them seem to swirl and churn like liquid voids. As we stood there, frozen in horror, the beast's head swiveled towards us with a sickening fluid motion. Those terrible eyes fixed on us, and I felt a pressure in my mind, as if something vast and alien was trying to force its way into my thoughts. Felix, Lena's voice was barely audible, shaking with terror. What do we do? The beast took a step towards us, its form seeming to elongate and stretch in ways that defied physics. Each movement was accompanied by a sound like cracking bones and tearing flesh. In that moment, faced with a horror beyond imagination, something snapped inside me. Fear gave way to a strange, almost calm determination. If we were going to die here, we would go down fighting. We hit it with everything we've got, I said, raising my shotgun. and we pray it's enough. Lena nodded, steeling herself. Together, we opened fire. The sound of our weapons was deafening in the quiet of the square. Shotgun blasts and pistol fire lit up the night, and for a brief, hope-filled moment, I thought we might actually be hurting the creature. But as the smoke cleared, my heart sank. The beast stood there, seemingly unaffected by our assault. Where we had hit it, its body simply reshaped, the holes closing up almost instantly. It let out a roar that shook the very ground beneath our feet, a sound that contained all the rage and hunger of a predator that had just been mildly inconvenienced by its prey. "Run," I yelled, grabbing Lena's arm and pulling her towards one of the side streets. We sprinted away from the square, the sound of the beast's pursuit right behind us. Its footsteps were a th, underoos cacophony, each impact sending tremors through the pavement. As we ran, I frantically tried to think of a plan. Our weapons were useless, and we couldn't outrun this thing forever. We needed something else, something that could actually hurt it. We turned a corner and found ourselves facing the town's old firehouse. A crazy idea began to form in my mind. "Lena, the firehouse," I gasped between breaths. "If we can lure it inside," she seemed to catch on immediately, "we can trap it." We changed course, heading for the large doors of the firehouse. Behind us, the beast's roars grew closer, the sound of destruction in its wake growing louder. As we reached the firehouse, I grabbed the handle of one of the large doors, straining to pull it open. Lena joined me, and together we managed to create an opening large enough for us to slip through. Inside, the firehouse was dark and musty, filled with old equipment and the hulking shapes of long, unused fire trucks. We quickly scanned the area, looking for anything we could use. There, Lena pointed to a rack of oxygen tanks near the back wall. "If we can rupture those," I nodded, understanding her plan. "It might not kill it, but it could slow it down, give the townspeople more time to escape." We had no more time to discuss. The beast crashed through the firehouse doors, wood and metal screaming as they were torn apart. Its massive form filled the entrance, those terrible eyes fixing on us once more. Lena and I split up, each grabbing an oxygen tank. The beast hesitated for a moment, as if unsure which of us to pursue. That split second was all we needed. "Hey, ugly," I yelled, hefting the tank. "Catch." I hurled the tank towards the creature with all my strength. At the same time, Lena threw hers. The beast, reacting on instinct, swiped at the incoming objects with its elongated limbs. The impact was exactly what we had hoped for. The tanks ruptured, the pressurized oxygen exploding outwards with tremendous force. The blast caught the beast full on, engulfing it in a ball of fire and concussive force. The explosion rocked the firehouse, sending Lena and me flying backwards. My head struck something hard, and for a moment the world went dark. When I came to, my ears were ringing, and my vision was blurry. Smoke filled the air, and small fires burned throughout the firehouse. I could make out Lena's form nearby, stirring weakly. But of the beast, there was no sign. As I struggled to my feet, helping Lena up, a terrible realization dawned on me. We had heard it, yes, maybe even badly. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that it wasn't over. The beast was still out there, somewhere in the burning ruins of Nimrod, and now it was angry. Our desperate plan had bought the townspeople some time, but at what cost? As Lena and I stumbled out of the smoldering firehouse, supporting each other, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had only succeeded in making our situation even more desperate. The night was far from over, and the true test of our survival was yet to come. The world outside the firehouse was a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Fires raged, unchecked through the town, casting a hellish glow over the destruction. The air was thick with smoke, and the acrid smell of burning making every breath a struggle. In the distance, we could hear the fading sounds of engines, the last of the townspeople making their escape. I hoped. Lena and I leaned on each other, both of us battered and disoriented from the explosion. My head throbbed where I had struck it, and I could feel warm blood trickling down the side of my face. Lena wasn't in much better shape, limping slightly and cradling her left arm. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice hoarse from the smoke. "Find somewhere to regroup, figure out our next move." Lena nodded wearily. But where? That thing could be anywhere. As if in answer to her question, a bone-chilling roar echoed through the burning town. It was distant, but unmistakable. The beast had survived, and it was on the hunt. We stumbled through the streets, trying to put as much distance between ourselves and the source of that terrible sound as possible. Every shadow seemed to move. Every flicker of flame in the corner of my eye made me flinch. The beast had always been terrifying, but now, wounded and enraged, it felt like an unstoppable force of nature. We found ourselves at the edge of town, near the old church that stood as a silent sentinel over Nimrod. Its weathered stone walls and sturdy oak doors offered the promise of shelter, however temporary. As we approached, I noticed something odd. The church doors were ajar, and a faint light flickered from within. Someone was inside. Lena and I shared a look of trepidation. After everything we'd been through, the thought of encountering another person, even a potential ally, filled me with a strange dread. But we had little choice. We needed rest, and the church was our best option. We pushed open the heavy doors and stepped inside. The interior was illuminated by a handful of candles, their flickering light casting long shadows across the pews and up the walls. And there, kneeling at the altar, was a figure. As we approached, the figure turned, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. It was an old man, his face lined with age and an expression of profound sorrow. But it was his eyes that truly struck me. They seemed to hold a wisdom and a pain that went beyond normal human experience. "I've been waiting for you," the old man said, his voice soft but clear in the hushed atmosphere of the church. Lena tensed beside me. "Who are you? How did you know we'd come here?" The old man stood slowly, leaning heavily on a gnarled wooden cane. "My name is Ezekiel. I've lived in Nimrod all my life, and I've seen things, terrible things. The beast that plagues us now, it's not the first time it's come." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do you mean? You've seen this creature before?" Ezekiel nodded gravely. "Not me personally, but my grandfather. He encountered it back when Nimrod was first founded. It nearly destroyed the town then, just as it's doing now." He gestured for us to sit, and we sank gratefully onto one of the wooden pews. Ezekiel lowered himself into the pew across from us, his eyes never leaving our faces. "The beast," he continued, "is not of this world. It's something ancient, something that has existed in the shadows of our reality for longer than we can comprehend. It doesn't just kill, it feeds on fear, on suffering. The more terror it creates, the stronger it becomes." Lena leaned forward, her face pale in the candlelight. "But how do we stop it? Our weapons were useless against it." A sad smile crossed Ezekiel's face. "Physical weapons cannot harm it, no. But there is a way, a terrible way. My grandfather discovered it at great cost." He reached into his coat and pulled out an old, leather-bound book. Its pages were yellowed with age, and strange symbols were embossed on its cover. "This contains the knowledge we need," Ezekiel said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "A ritual of sorts. It can banish the beast back to whatever dark realm it came from. But the cost is high." I felt a sense of foreboding settle over me. What kind of cost? Ezekiel's eyes met mine, and in them I saw a depth of sorrow that made my heart ache. A life freely given. The ritual requires a sacrifice. The words hung in the air between us, heavy with implication. Lena and I sat in stunned silence, the weight of what Ezekiel was suggesting settling over us like a shroud. "No," Lena said finally, her voice shaking. "There has to be another way. We can't just—" But her words were cut off by another roar, closer this time. The beast was approaching, drawn perhaps by some sixth sense to our location. Ezekiel stood, his face set in grim determination. "There is no other way. The choice is simple. One life, or the lives of everyone the beast will kill if we don't stop it here and now." I looked at Lena, saw the conflict in her eyes that I knew was mirrored in my own. We had come so far, faced so much. The thought of it ending like this, with one of us sacrificing ourselves, was almost too much to bear. But as the sounds of destruction grew closer, as the very walls of the church seemed to tremble with the beast's approach, I knew we had no choice. "I'll do it," I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "I'll be the sacrifice." Lena grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with horror. Felix, no, you can't. I turned to her, trying to summon a smile despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. It has to be me, Lena. You've lost so much already, and someone needs to perform the ritual. It should be you. Tears streamed down Lena's face as she shook her head vehemently. But before she could argue further, the church doors burst open with a thunderous crash. The beast stood there, its massive form silhouetted against the burning town behind it. Its eyes, those terrible voids, fixed on us with a hunger that was almost palpable. Ezekiel thrust the book into Lena's hands. There's no more time. You must begin the ritual now. As Lena reluctantly opened the book, her hands shaking as she tried to decipher the arcane text, I stood to face the beast. Fear coursed through me, but also a strange sense of calm. If this was to be my end, at least it would mean something. At least it would save others. The beast advanced, its form twisting and reshaping with each step. I could feel its alien presence pressing against my mind, trying to break me with sheer terror before it even reached me. Behind me, I could hear Lena's voice, shaky at first, but growing stronger as she read the words of the ritual. Strange symbols began to glow on the church floor, forming a circle around the beast and me. As the creature's claws reached for me, as I felt the cold touch of death approaching, I closed my eyes and thought of all the people we had saved, of Lena, who would live on and make sure this nightmare was never forgotten. The beast's roar of triumph turned to one of rage and pain as the ritual took effect. I felt a pulling sensation, as if my very essence was being torn from my body. The world around me began to fade, replaced by a swirling vortex of darkness. The last thing I heard was Lena's anguished cry, and then nothing. I opened my eyes to find myself in a place beyond description, a realm of shadows and twisted geometries that hurt to look at. And I knew, with a certainty that transcended fear, that my ordeal was far from over. The beast was here with me, in its true form at last. And in this place, this nightmare realm, our final confrontation would begin. In this otherworldly realm, time and space seemed to lose all meaning. I floated in a void that was somehow both vast beyond comprehension and claustrophobically close. Shapes and colors that had no right to exist swirled around me. And in the distance, if distance even had any meaning here, I could sense the presence of the beast. It was different here, in what I assumed was its home dimension. Gone was the physical form that had terrorized Nimrod. Here it was something more, a vast, sprawling consciousness that seemed to permeate the very fabric of this twisted reality. I could feel its attention focus on me, a pressure that threatened to crush my mind. Thoughts and images that were not my own flooded my awareness. Eons of hunting, of feeding on fear and suffering across countless worlds. The beast was ancient beyond imagining, a predator that had existed since the dawn of time itself. Why, I found myself asking, my voice sounding strange and distorted in this place. Why do you do this? Why cause so much suffering? The response came not in words, but in a series of impressions and emotions that nearly overwhelmed me. Hunger, the thrill of the hunt, the intoxicating taste of fear, but beneath it all, something else. Loneliness, an existence so alien and solitary that it could only connect with other beings through the act of hunting them. I felt a wave of pity wash over me, quickly followed by revulsion at my own empathy. This thing had killed countless innocent people, had nearly destroyed Nimrod. And yet, in this moment of connection, I understood it in a way I never could have imagined. But understanding didn't mean acceptance. As the beast's consciousness pressed against mine, I realized that this was the true battle, not one of physical strength, but of will. The ritual hadn't just transported me here. It had given me a chance to face the beast on equal footing. I focused my thoughts, pushing back against the tide of alien memories and sensations. I thought of Lena, of the people of Nimrod, of all those who had suffered at this creature's hands. Their fear and pain had been its strength, but their courage and resilience could be mine. No more, I said, my voice growing stronger. This ends now. I felt the beast's surprise, then its rage. The void around us churned and boiled as it lashed out, trying to overwhelm me with visions of terror and destruction. But for each horrific image it showed me, I countered with one of hope and humanity. A mental battle raged, neither of us giving ground. I could feel myself weakening, the strain of maintaining my sense of self in this place taking its toll. But just as I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, I felt something else, a warmth, a connection to the world I had left behind. Lena's voice echoed in my mind, distant but clear. Come back, Felix. Please come back to us. That link to my own world gave me the strength I needed for one final push. I gathered every ounce of will I had left and hurled it at the beast, not with hatred or fear, but with understanding and determination. You don't have to be this, I told it. You don't have to be alone. For a moment, everything went still. Then, with a sound that could have been a roar or a sob, the beast's presence began to recede. The twisted landscape around us started to fade, replaced by a soft, enveloping light. I felt myself falling, or perhaps rising direction had no meaning here. The light grew brighter, warmer, until it consumed everything. I gasped, my eyes flying open as I sucked in a desperate breath. I was lying on the floor of the church, the smell of smoke and incense filling my nostrils. Lena was kneeling beside me, tears streaming down her face as she clutched my hand. Felix, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Is it really you? I managed a weak nod, my entire body aching as if I'd run a marathon. It's me, I croaked. It's over. The beast, it's gone. A Ezekiel appeared in my field of vision, his face etched with wonder and relief. "You did it," he said softly. "You actually did it. I never thought." As my strength slowly returned, Lena and Ezekiel helped me to my feet. The church was eerily quiet, the sounds of destruction from outside now absent. We made our way to the doors and pushed them open, unsure of what we would find. The sight that greeted us was one of devastation, but also of hope. The fires that had raged through Nimrod were dying down, and in the east, the first light of dawn was breaking over the horizon. People were emerging from hiding places, looks of confusion and relief on their faces as they realized the nightmare was over. In the days that followed, the true extent of what had happened became clear. The beast was gone, banished back to its own realm. Whether it would stay there, or if it could ever truly be defeated, I didn't know. But I did know that we had won a victory, however costly. The town of Nimrod would rebuild. Those who had survived the beast's rampage came together, their shared experience creating bonds that would last a lifetime. Lena and I stayed to help with the reconstruction, unable to simply walk away from the place that had changed us so profoundly. Ezekiel's book, with its arcane knowledge, was sealed away in the church vault. Its power was too great, too dangerous to be left in the open. But its existence served as a reminder that there were things in this world, and beyond it, that defied easy explanation. As for me, I knew I would never be the same. My encounter with the beast had left scars, both physical and mental, that would never fully heal. But it had also given me a perspective on life that few could understand. In the quiet moments when the noise of reconstruction faded and the night grew still, I sometimes felt a distant echo of that other realm, a reminder of the beast, perhaps, or simply a new awareness of the vast, strange universe we inhabited. But I was no longer afraid. Whatever came, whatever horrors might lurk in the shadows, I knew that humanity had the strength to face them. We had stared into the abyss, and we had emerged, battered but unbroken. The beast of Nimrod was gone, but its legacy would live on. A tale of terror, yes, but also one of courage, sacrifice, and the indomitable spirit of those who dare to stand against the darkness. As I stood with Lena, watching the sun rise over the slowly healing town, I realized that our story, my story, was far from over. There would be other challenges, other mysteries to face. But whatever came, we would face it together, stronger for having survived the long night of the beast's reign. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I looked to the future not with fear, but with hope.